And you're all set.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Selectmen still meeting November 16th, 2021. It's 6:30 p.m. I call the meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. We're going to switch things up a little bit because we do have scheduled hearings. So Vanessa, if we could bring Lisa Thompson over, that would be great. Paul, we're going to be just a second or so late for the 6:30 hearing.
Do you want to bring Chief Achilles over as well?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mark. Great. Good evening, Chief. Good evening. Lisa, how are you? Welcome. So I wanted to take just a second and allow the chief to introduce Lisa to us. She's our newest and greatest firefighter EMT. So Chief, I'll turn it over to you to do a brief introduction. And Lisa, if you'd like to say a few words, and then we'll welcome you.
Well, good evening, everybody, and thank you. Often, just like Chief Paul's, we get an opportunity to add new members to our complement, and we're very pleased to add Lisa Thompson. Lisa was a candidate during our last hire process, and with the retirement of Lieutenant Peltier, we had an opening. Lisa was a very competitive candidate and did very well. She started her 2-week orientation yesterday. Will be on days during that process to meet certain benchmarks, and then she'll be assigned to a duty group. So that should be in the next couple of weeks. And then she'll serve as probation for a year and then be elevated when everything is successful. We want her to be successful at the end to a permanent member of the department. So we're very pleased to add another member of the department. And I will, I see Neil sneaking in there. And so we'll let Lisa talk about herself for a few minutes, and I'm available if anything else comes up.
Thank you, Chief. Welcome.
Hi, guys. I'm actually first want to just start off by saying I am very honored and excited to serve this community. It has been a community that I've wanted to get on for full time. I'm very excited that I have the opportunity here. I come from Medway Fire. I have some experience there, and I have my EMT doing the call side there. So this is my first full-time fire EMT, hopefully soon when I pass my test, paramedic. So, but yeah, I don't.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome. I'm going to kind of open it up to the board. We'll go around. We'll let everybody welcome you. It's
Okay.
a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Oh, Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. Hi, Lisa. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Excited
you.
for you to join Southborough Fire, and hopefully we'll get to meet you in person soon.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, Mr. Healy.
Hi, Lisa. I'm a Tri-Valley guy myself. Always nice to see a Medway Mustang, right? Got it
Yep,
right?
yep. My
Okay.
son plays. Yep, he's on the football team.
Oh,
So,
good.
yep.
Excellent. Great town, terrific department, and a noble calling. So I think you're in good stead.
Yes,
So
I hear
welcome.
great things. I'm very excited. So
Terrific. Nice to see you.
you too.
Thank you, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Welcome, Lisa. Welcome aboard. Look forward to a chance to meet you. Hopefully not meeting you in your official capacity, but at least personally.
Definitely.
I think that you'll find Southborough to be a great place to work. We got a great department, great chief, and look forward to a very successful career for you to have here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Mr. Dennington.
Hi, Lisa. Welcome aboard. It's great to have you, and I look forward to meeting you in person as well.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Lisa. We just, again, we haven't had the opportunity to meet you in person, and this gives you an opportunity as well for the public that's watching to kind of get their first introduction to you as well. So best of luck here. And you have a great chief that you'll be working under. So thank you both. Thank you,
Thank
Chief.
you. Thank you all for the
everybody.
opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Can we bring over for the tax classification hearing? We have Mr. Sabelli. Good evening, Paul. Welcome. Are you with us, Paul?
Here we go.
All right, great, Paul. So I'm going to open up the tax classification hearing at 6:35. Mr. Purple, would you be kind enough to read the hearing notice, please? You're muted.
Sorry about that. The Southborough Board of Selectmen shall hold a public hearing with the Board of Assessors on Tuesday, November 16th, 2021 at 6:30 PM to determine the certified valuation of each class of property, the minimum residential factor, and the allocation of the tax burden among the four classes of real property: residential, open space, commercial and industrial, and personal property. Public hearing will be held and a virtual meeting may be viewed by the public through a link located at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. All interested parties are encouraged to view and or participate. Additionally, interested citizens may present written views prior to the public hearing.
Thank you, sir. So Paul, welcome again, much
you.
appreciated.
No problem.
So I know you kind of gave us a preview of some of this as we were kind of trying to understand a little bit about your process. So I'll turn it over to you. Do you need to screen share?
Yes.
Okay. Vanessa, if we could give him that capability, I will turn it over to you, Mr. Sabella.
He already has it, so he
Okay.
should be all set.
Thank you.
We're good to go. So we got Lori here is going to run through the slides, and I'll run through the presentation pretty quick. Okay. Welcome everybody to our annual classification hearing. Let's just jump right in. What is tax classification? Allows communities to have different tax rates for certain classes of property: residential, open space, commercial, industrial, and personal property, which we're going to refer to as CIP tonight. State statute at the very bottom of the slide provides a maximum allowable portion of the tax levy up to 150% to be borne by the CIP classes, and provides a minimum allowable portion to be borne by the residential class. Tax classification, some key concepts. Allows the Board of Selectmen to make the decision whether or not to shift the burden from one class of property to another. No additional tax dollars are raised as the levy remains the same. Town of Southborough has never had a split tax rate, and it's an issue of fairness between classes. Let's talk a little bit about fiscal year assessments. The 22 assessments are based on analysis of calendar year 20 sales and market conditions. 22 assessments reflect the value of properties as of January 1, 2021. In calendar year 21 sales, we know the market's been really hot. Those conditions will not be reflected until the following year's assessments. Remember, there's a 1-year time lag in the process. So what's happening in assessments? Overall, the assessments are on the rise. Drastic changes in both the C&I classes, we talked about this the other night, are due to reclassifying 325 Turnpike Road, that's Ken's Warehouse, a $31 million property. Had we not reclassified this property, the effect would have been a slight decrease in both classes. You can see that on the slide, down 0.72%. Overall, the town's total taxable valuation increased by 103.53 million to a new high of 2.856 billion. It's a lot of value for a small town. Fiscal year 22 new growth. The assessors calculated 38.7 million in new growth value. This represents 628,456 in new growth tax dollars. Results in a 20.33% decrease in new growth from FY21. Unfortunately, this is the second year in a row new growth has declined, and first time in a while it's dipped below the 10-year average of nearly 690K. The average single-family home assessment value increased 29,300 to 690,000, a 4.4% increase. This is the 12th consecutive year it has risen. Okay, so if we continue with a single tax rate, the 22 tax rate would increase from 1621 to 1628. The average single-family tax bill would rise $523 or 4.89%. Again, as we spoke a couple of weeks ago, The larger than anticipated tax increase is due to a rising residential market and slightly decreasing C&I market. The average assessed commercial, industrial, mixed use, improved property rose slightly, 0.1%. The average tax bill would rise about $279 or 0.55%. Again, this is because the market is slightly down. Let's take a look at the relationship of the class values. So commercial, industrial, and personal property classes combined represents 18.87% of the town's total value. This is down slightly from the previous year of 19.70. History shows that the CIP typically runs between 17 and 20% in Southborough. So we're still within that range, well within that range. Recommendation, the Board of Assessors unanimously recommends continuing with the single tax rate for 22. Reasons why, I guess COVID-19 would probably lead us off as businesses are of all sizes continue to struggle. Ongoing pandemic and its overall impact on the future of the businesses still remains unclear. So it's probably not the time for additional tax burden to be placed on the CIP classes. Other reasons why, you've seen these before with a relatively small percentage of value that comes from CIP, 18.87%. A split rate would only produce a small savings to the residential class and would increase the CIP classes, making Southborough a less attractive place to conduct business. The board believes a single tax rate helps small town like Southborough attract new businesses into the community while retaining those already in town. Expanding business within the community provides new tax dollars with little impact on the costly town services. Although CIP properties only account for 5.63% of the taxable parcels, they generate 18.87% of the town's total tax revenue. Remember, this figure includes personal property taxes, which many businesses pay, in addition to their real estate taxes. Southborough CIP is comprised of mostly small businesses, not big stores or large corporations. You always want to look at the mix when you're considering something like this. And then something that we tend to take a little bit for granted is the Board of Assessors recognizes the role businesses play in contributing additional funds to support many of the town's athletic, recreational, and community events. Very important. Additional facts. About 70% of Massachusetts communities had a single tax rate in 21. Again, in 2015 town meeting, overwhelmingly split rate was defeated in a non-binding article. I found this chart, and I don't know how well you guys could see it at home on your presentations that we emailed you, but here's a quick look, a quick visual of split rate communities that I found on the DOR website. I thought it was kind of neat to take a look at. Most of the split rate communities appear to cluster along or inside 128 and some along southeastern Mass. You see Southborough there. Hopefully you can make it out circled. Okay, now if we look at a 5% tax shift scenario, so the top box is going to show before the scenario. The second box is going to do the math for the 5% split. The residential rate would decrease to 1609 from 1628, while the CIP would increase to 1709. This produces a 1.2% or $131 savings to the residential property, while increasing CIP property by 5% or $559. In round numbers, for every $1 you save on the residential, it costs CIP $4. Everybody loves to see what's happening with the tax rates in the surrounding communities. Gives you a quick look there. Okay, two other shifts we have to talk about is the residential exemption and the small commercial exemption. Although Southborough is not a likely candidate to adopt either of these two exemptions, they should be still discussed, and if a formal vote must be taken by the Board of Selectmen to complete the classification hearing. Unlike the split rate option, that shifts burdens from one class to another, the residential exemption and small commercial exemptions shift burden within the class. As with the split tax rate, no additional taxes are raised by either of these exemptions. So the tax levy would remain the same. Okay, real quick, the residential exemption shifts tax burden within the residential class from lower assessed properties to seasonal rental and higher assessed properties. Allowed only on residential property that is primary residence of the taxpayer. If adopted, the residential exemption may be up to 35% of the average assessed value of all residential parcels. Accepting this option increases the residential tax rate only, so the commercial rate would stay the same. Typically, this exemption is adopted in areas with low rate of owner occupancy. So for seasonal communities, you're looking at like a Barnstable and a Nantucket would be examples. Communities with lots of rental property, think of Boston and Cambridge. To make sense of this, let's look at some math. We did a 95% residential with a 10% exemption. So if you look at the first set of boxes, you have the assessed value times the current tax rate of 1628 is what the tax bills would be. If we did a 10% exemption, again, it would be 64,638. You subtract that off the assessed values, come up with the net taxable value. You would multiply it by the new tax rate, and it would show you the difference there. So you can see at 500,000, you get a savings. At 900,000, it's costing the upper end higher amount. And any owner occupied home assessed over 730, 651 would pay more, while those below would pay less. The last one is a small commercial exemption, which really doesn't apply. So it's just a lot of yada, yada, yada. And that's about all I want to say about that. The Board of Assessors unanimously recommends not to adopt the residential or small commercial exemptions as they are not relevant to the community. And that brings us to the last slide. We have, Madam Chair, we have selectmen discussion. We're going to move to public comment. And then the selectmen need to take 3 votes. I think we've provided you with some motions on that. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Paul. Let's open it up to the board. Again, thank you, Paul, for coming in and going through all this with us. Again, great presentation. We'll open it up. Ms. Malinowski?
Thank you. Thanks, Paul. I don't really have any questions. I think just one comment based on the information that you provided is, I think when we saw the shift from annual town meeting to fall town meeting on the increase on the tax rate, one of my initial thoughts was maybe we should see what the numbers would look like related to splitting the tax rate. But I really don't think that there's not a huge amount of swing that would happen for each individual household. So I agree with your staying with the single tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Healy.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I don't have any questions. We covered an awful lot of this territory at our last meeting. I mean, it's you unfortunately are the bearer of bad news in these couple of years. But I think the recommendation about staying with a single tax rate and not adopting the residential and small commercial exemption makes sense. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul. I guess I have a couple of comments. One, as I mentioned at our last select board meeting, I think the optics of a tax increase of 4.89% here are not very attractive. And I continue to be supportive of using some of the ARPA money to get that down to, if not under 4%, close to it. And I realize it didn't get much support for that, but I think that's something that's again, worth seriously considering. Second, on the split tax rate, I again think that's something that is worth considering, even though it doesn't make a huge amount of difference for individuals. That's spread across about 3,500 plus residents, which it has an impact on a lot of people there. I certainly support Mr. Sabelli's concern about impact on business. potentially negative, but I would point out that the EDC's economic consultant from Northeastern University did a study. Most recent one I saw showed that, in fact, towns with split tax rates were not adversely affected in terms of their ability to either attract new businesses or to raise business employment. So I don't think the data supports that particular hypothesis, as a matter of fact. But again, I've floated the idea before. Don't get much support, but I think it's worth keeping on the table. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dennington.
I'm comfortable with the Board of Assessors recommendation. And I think that this would be a uniquely bad time to reconsider whether to have a single tax rate or a split tax rate. I'm very interested in, what Sam relates in terms of what the data shows, but to change a longstanding policy like that, just tonight without much public warning would be not the right approach. So in sum, I support the recommendation of the Board of Assessors.
Thank you, Andrew. So, Paul, I guess, Sam, I'm cognizant as well of the split tax rate in other towns. And if looking at the map that Paul had provided as well, it's a lot of larger towns with a lot more business. I'd really be interested in looking at towns similar to the makeup of Southborough versus trying to compare what a Framingham or within the 128 belt does. So plus we don't offer sewer, which a lot of those towns that are on there that are paying the split tax rate do. So at this time, I'm also in line with what the assessors has presented us tonight. I think if COVID hasn't shown us anything, that, a lot of people are still working from home. A lot of small and larger businesses are still hurting. So, and that's not to say that the residents aren't hurting as well, but with the shift being as minor as it is, I would also be in favor of the assessor's recommendation. So Paul, will you stop sharing screen just so we can see?
Sure.
Actually, yeah, go ahead. We can always put it back up. So we're going to open it up to the public. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to comment or ask a question on this, please raise your hand. I will give it one more second. All right. That being said, I don't see any hands raised. So do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call. Mr. Dennington,
This is a vote to close the public hearing.
close the public hearing. Yep. Okay, Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
and Ms. Braccio, aye. Okay, that being said, there's three motions that we need to make. We'll do them individually. Do we have a motion to continue with the single tax rate for fiscal year 22?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Thank you,
Second.
Ms. Malinowski. Roll call. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Reluctant aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
and Ms. Braccio, aye. Thank you very much. Do we have a motion to deny the residential tax exemption for fiscal year 22?
So move.
So moved.
And we second. Thank
Second.
you. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
A reluctant aye.
and Ms. Braccio, aye. All right. Do we have a motion to deny small commercial exemption for fiscal year 22?
So move.
Is there a
Second.
second? Thank you. Roll call. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
and Ms. Braccio, aye. Thank you very much, Paul. I think you have everything you need.
We do. We'll submit the tax rate in a few minutes. We will hopefully hear from the Department of Revenue in the next day or two. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you
Yeah.
very,
you, Paul.
very
Happy
much.
holidays. Take care.
To you as well. Thank you so much. Our next scheduled hearing is a half an hour away, so we'll continue with some other business before we go to there. So I imagine, Chelsea, that probably the fiscal year update, do you think it's going to take probably longer than 30 minutes,
I don't think so.
even with questions?
I don't have any questions, so that,
Me
Okay,
neither.
I seriously, Sam, you don't have any questions?
Not me. I'm
Okay.
easy.
I do have some questions, but depending on how long the presentation is, I think we could try to squeeze it in. All right, let's bring over Carla and Brian. And now I'm all discombobulated with my paperwork. And Chelsea, once we bring them over, I will turn it over to you as the liaison for the BOS.
Carla and Brian. So Carla, Brian, and I did our normal quarterly meeting 2 weeks ago to prep for this meeting. I think the overall takeaway is, there are a few areas that we're watching, but given that it's the first quarter, nothing too concerning as of yet. But I think they did a really nice job of summarizing the revenues and the expenses for year to date to budget. And so that was included in the packet, as well as all of the detail for the budgets, as well as the revolving accounts. So I'll turn it over to Brian and Carla to kind of give their overview.
Well, good evening, and I guess I'll go first, as usual. So we'll keep doing this, I guess, the same way, me and Carla. It's like the little play that we put on. So I'll go first and try to do the revenues real quick. As usual, I won't just repeat what's on the paper. You can see that. And I'll be pretty fast. This is the first quarter. So I always say every year, the first quarter is sort of the most, I don't want to say most useless quarter, but it's the quarter that probably tells us the least amount of things compared to the following quarters, just because it's early in the year. So, there's 3 quarters of the year left. So, that speaks for itself. But the areas that I'll just mention real quick that are of note to me, at least, I think the board, is our biggest revenue producer is the obviously motor vehicle excise. And I think it bears watching, especially this year and the troubles we're having with the obtaining vehicles and the supply chain and all that. And so far we're doing great. We're keeping on track, and the billings are still up there. I still wonder if there'll be a delay in a negative way as we go on in time, but for now they're very good. So I'm very optimistic about that. The tax lien fees, I did mention it in the letter, they're down, but I just wanted to mention we did have a pretty big payout for a property that just went over into Q2. So that'll alleviate some of that. So you'll see that in the next quarter, hopefully that will turn around too. And I think the last thing is, and I didn't really mention this in the letter, but the real estate tax revenue. This year, we just finished the lien process, and there were 15 accounts that we have. That's really good, obviously, 15 accounts out of 33 or 3,400. And it's one of the lesser volume years I've seen. So as weird as it seems, you may think that we would see more people in trouble, and maybe they are in trouble, but they're not rising to the level of where the town is having to pursue that in a legal fashion. So that's really good. I thought I'd mention that too. That's really all I have on the revenue side. So with that, I guess I can hand it over to my teammate.
Good evening. How are you guys? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to just quickly go over the expenses. There were a few items that we are keeping an eye on. The first one, probably in the packet that jumped out to you, is the IT budget. And I'm working with Jay, and I just kind of said wherever it makes sense to you spend the funds. So he's spending a lot of the funds in the contracted services. In speaking with him about his 23 budget, I created a software account versus the computer services, and we're actually going to shift some of the expenses from contracted services into that this year. So we'll have a good kind of path for next year. So our Q2 report will look a little different, but it will look a lot better, a lot less negative in the contracted services. But there are some, new services that Jay has put in place that were necessary for security and monitoring and things. So so stay tuned for Q2 with IT, but we are keeping an eye on it. We know overall the budget is to the good, even though it's a little surprising with the negative to contracted services. With regard to the reserve fund, we have made one formal transfer so far for the boat for the fire department. We anticipate a few more reserve fund transfers. The first one is the $3,000 for the Board of Health printer. That's actually, we're leasing that, and we expect that Jay will present that to advisory. Advisory is also said they would backstop any of the Board of Health director and nurse, fee, unbudgeted money if that does not come to fruition with FEMA. And the school looks a little low in the packet. And it's typically, this is how their percentages run in the beginning of the year. So over the summer, the majority of the funds are encumbered from the prior year that are spent. We do have a Norfolk student. We haven't received a bill yet, but we did confirm that we do have a student, and there will be transportation that will be paid out of that line as well. Court judgments and liability insurance are over. We anticipate those to be a year-end transfer or reserve fund transfer. And also, one thing we're going to be doing in the 23 budget process is we're going to be moving hardware from departments out into the IT budget. So will be an increase in the IT budget, but that will be known and identified. And then it will allow Jay to have a good listing of the capital, replacement. Maybe it's not capital, but computer replacement equipment. So he knows what's going on with departments. It's the way it's set up now. There are some computers being bought outside of IT, and we just felt that there was a need to put it together to show the big picture. So that is what I have for general fund expenses. Are there any questions on that or anything additional?
Chelsea, do you want me to go around, or do you want to go around to everybody?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. We'll start with Marty. Do you have any questions or comments on either of those two items?
I'll start with Brian. First of all, Brian, it looks like you're conducting a seance there. In terms of I mean, it's interesting. There was an article somewhere that you're right about the supply chain in terms of the excise taxes for cars, but it's weird because the cars that are available are really expensive. So, so fewer of them are being purchased, but those that are higher end. So maybe that trend is not going to reverse itself.
It's a weird dynamic. You're right.
Yeah. And just Carla, just quickly on the expenditure side of things, in terms of the reserve fund, do you have a sense for what in fact, I probably should have a sense, but I don't. But is there a typical year, and is the typical year have reserve fund transfers much later in the year and not heavy in the first quarter? Is that sort of the standard operating procedure? And is that kind of what you think we're seeing this year?
Well, typically reserve fund transfers would happen later in the year, or, with the boat, we knew to identify that as an item. So, I mean, as you know, Marty, this is an unprecedented year. Anything can happen, right?
Right. Right.
But again, we're monitoring the departments, giving them their department reports monthly, checking in with them. So if there is going to be an issue, we're gonna be on top of it.
Okay. All right. Otherwise, thanks very much. Good information. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. Thank you, Brian and Carla. I'd comment that I think this process is extremely helpful, the quarterly updates. And I think the front end comments, the summary comments, very helpful. And that's sort of what I focus on. Don't have any questions about those, but I think also that providing the detailed financial information is a real step forward in terms of transparency. I can't recall ever having seen this kind of detail provided, at least on a regular basis for the public to look at if folks are interested in it. There's a huge amount of information there for people to understand where their tax money is going, and could be the good answers to a lot of questions that people may have if they want to dig into it. But it's substantial, and I think it's a good thing to do, and I encourage us to continue it. But I don't have any questions about this so far. Thanks.
Great,
Thank you, Sam. Mr. Dennington.
Hi, thank you. Just two quick points. The first on the expense side. So the first bullet point about the IT department, I kind of put that in the category of, Jay is fairly new to the position and was just dealing with a budget that he didn't create for the last fiscal year. I just wanted to encourage us to support Jay however he feels he needs possible so that he can create an accurate FY23 budget, because this will be his first year where he's in. So I just want to encourage us to do that.
Yeah.
And then the second point is, Brian, I understand what you're saying, that this quarter tells us the least, but for when we receive the second quarter report sometime in, I guess, early February, what are some things you think we should be on the lookout for, or things that you may be worried about or concerned about, if any?
Well, we've got a couple of, like, I know Carla mentioned the Board of Health issue. We also have a couple of other issues around there with, she mentioned the liability insurance and the workers' comp insurance this year, which caught me a little bit by surprise. I knew it was going to go up a lot, and it went up like just under 20%. So there's reasons for that. There's industry-wide reasons for that. So where the workers' comp and the accidental insurance is held within the benefits budget. So right now this was in Q2 actually. So that's why, Chelsea, you haven't seen it. But that line item's short about $40,000 right now. That hopefully can be covered with the rest of the budget. But the benefits budget always gives me pause, because I knew that, some years it's such a big budget, it gets me a little worried. If we're off by a couple percent, that may mean like the reserve fund may not have enough money in it to cover such an expense or anything like that. So hopefully by the second, that's one of the areas I kind of want to watch. I know I gotta be kind of on top of that this year. And I think just other than that, I think the general revenue, not so much the excise, because that's a Q3 issue, but just some of the other general expenses, such as the building permit fees, which were a significant issue last year, and some of the other fee areas we could definitely watch. And not only that, if there are any other expense areas that we note that are just really oddball. I will say this process is good to kind of pick out oddball lines, and some of them fine when we look into them, but it is a nice process to kind of expose potential areas that in May or June or later in the year might be issues. So that's kind of what we're kind of going to look for in the Q2. And I don't think I missed anything, Carla, but if I did, you can let me know.
Can I just add a few things to that? And I agree, Brian, with everything that you said. I think something that we should definitely consider when we're looking at Q2 is continue with the year-to-date to budget, but also look at what we're actually spending, because we know we're coming up to a bad FY23 budget cycle, and really looking at, what is getting spent, and do we really need to spend that as we start looking at the FY23 budgets coming in. So I think that's something that we haven't gotten into that level of detail, Andrew, unless there was a reason for us to actually look at all of the line items, which we certainly have done on certain departments, but I think that's something that we should probably do on Q2. The other thing, and this isn't necessarily a Q2 thing because ambulance revenue doesn't really go off fiscal year, although when we track it, it does look like we go off fiscal year. We just need to make sure that the ambulance revenue continues to do well because we are paying some capital things out of there and making sure that we don't get into a situation where we don't have enough in the ambulance fund to pay off those capital expenses.
Yeah, and it was interesting that they were double, almost exactly double every quarter. Very funny. But one other item that I'll very quickly mention is remember you just had Chief Paulison about the communications officers too. So if we go down that road, that's possibly more funding that we'd have to locate. And it's just making that cushion that we usually have a little thinner. That's just what I'm worried about for Q2. I want to watch how thin that cushion gets as we get closer to year end. So usually we never worry that much, to be honest, but a little worried this year, even though it's early.
Andrew, are you set?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Chelsea, so I'm going to go next and then we can go to you for anything that you want to add or anything, and then you can lead them into the COVID funding programs. So I actually have specific questions for you guys, and I'm sure they're pretty easy to answer. Some of them I'm assuming they're just front loaded. So specifically on the DPW budget, there was groundkeeping supplies and we're at 46.78% of the budget. Is that because it's front loaded or is there a specific? It is. Okay. That one was easy. Okay.
Yes, and they actually, when I spoke with them, they are going to plan to purchase the spring supplies now because they feel the prices will be higher in the spring. So yeah, but they don't anticipate an overage in that line.
Okay. Secondly, under the fire department budget, there's nothing listed for expenses for part-time. I'm assuming that's call firefighters, and we paid nothing in first quarter.
Yes. Yep.
Is that,
They get
I don't know
paid
what the pay.
mid-year.
Yeah, is
They
do
get paid. They get paid in December. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was easy enough. I'll let that one go. We'll let that one go. And Brian, this one's actually for you. I have a question for you. That under the bonds, you're at 72.33% of your 1225. Is that underfunded, or again, is that a front loaded
No, it's
expense?
because, right, it's because some of the big, larger principal payments are paid during that time.
Okay,
So yes, it's just front loaded, you're right.
okay. And I think that answered the majority of my questions. So I'll let it go to that. Chelsea, I'll toss it to you.
Thank you. The only other thing that I wanted to add is that I spoke to Ms. Cook, the chair of advisory, and asked her to appoint somebody from the advisory committee to join us on our quarterly reviews. So that hopefully will happen for Q2 and we can integrate them into the process. So I think that will kind of help with them having a liaison as well. And then I know Mr. Dennington had asked for a ClearGov update. And so I don't know, Brian, if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if I can add a whole lot to the memo, but we did have a full year of use of that, and our full cycle, I should say. And it became apparent just from not only my experience, but from, I think it was pretty widely used from advisory and the department heads, of course, and Carla. And it was just not functional as it should be in a few areas. And some of the areas were basic areas. I mean, exporting some data was a challenge. And it actually couldn't export data in certain ways, which I was really surprised at. It seems to be a product that is still having revisions and upgrades. I feel like we probably, tried it probably 2 or 3 years too early. I mean, the concept, I keep saying the concept was good, but the actual product was just a little bit not quite ready for public consumption. So, and I think it was obvious because they were making Carla, they probably had one or two updates while we were using them. And I think
Yeah.
we weren't even made aware of them. So,
Right, right.
but yeah, we just couldn't, I just felt for the money. We couldn't recommend having a relationship with them. That being said, we are open to revisiting the issue and trying to get off an Excel-based budget platform. Even though Excel's straightforward and easy, it has its limitations for communicating between groups of people. So, so we will be looking at that again. I can't give a time frame, but we will be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the last piece, Carla had included a memo to us, and it kind of shows the shift that happened from August until November 1st on, you know, where she's bucketing CARES, where she's bucketing FEMA, and, you know, because the rules have changed. And then she did a breakout on the percentage of expenses by department. So Carla, I don't know if you want to add anything to what you had in the memo. I thought it was pretty detailed.
Just that I felt, you know, presenting the numbers as percentages would give a better idea of like really where things lied versus like the actual numbers. Actually, so since I had done this memo last week, we got notification that the FEMA, the PA, the public assistance portion has been extended through April of 2022. So my prediction was correct. They did extend it. And we, you know, have another CARES reporting through September 22. So there could be some more shifting if they deny things or as, you know, things shake out at FEMA. You know, it's just labor of love, really. This has been between the compliance and the reporting. It's been something to wrap your arms around, really. But we have ARPA coming up, and you know, CARES is wrapping up, so that's good. Did anyone have any specific questions?
Sam, why don't we start with you this time?
I'm all set. Thanks.
Oh, that was easy. Okay, Andrew?
Thank you.
Have any other questions? Thanks.
All right, Marty?
No, the written stuff is great. I'm good.
All right, and Chelsea, I'll bounce back to you at the end for any final comments, but thank you. This is such a better process than, you know, in all the time I've served on the board. And I thank you for the time and effort, you know, Brian, Mark, Carla, and Chelsea have put into this, you know, to bring this to us, to make it so easy for us to see what's going on and make our job a little bit easier. So I thank you all for that. And Chelsea, I'll throw it to you for closing thoughts.
Okay. I appreciate Brian and Carla being so easy to work with, and look forward to Q2. So thanks for all your input.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Thank
guys,
you.
you're free.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the night.
Yes,
All
you
right.
too.
Thank you. So we have 12 minutes left. We had, in trying to move through the agenda, I'm going to jump back to public comment, depending on how many comments that there are under this. If we have to, we will do as many as we can prior to the tree hearing. That is a scheduled hearing. So if there's anyone in the audience that would like to comment under public comment, please raise your hand. We also do have a public comment at the end of the meeting as well. So, okay, that being said, thank you very much. And why don't we try to go through some of the reports so we can get this started. So under Chairman's report, I just wanted to give a quick update. There's been a lot of talk online and a lot of concern with the noise level on the Mass Pike that's still continuing. I think everybody thought once the bridges were completed that it would be over, but unfortunately the bridges were only part of the Accelerate program. They're currently doing the final paving. It's on all lanes for an 8-mile stretch. So the goal is to, weather permitting, to be done by the end of November. The DPW has updated the town website with this information as well. I know it's been shared on social media, but if there's anybody that's maybe watching that had a question on that, you certainly can read on the website as well, but that's the genesis of it. I mean, the work is continuing. I live right next to the Pike, so it is definitely loud, but you know, the end result is trying to do something during the day and rerouting all the traffic down our roads, which wouldn't be a good thing. So I wanted to just give the board a quick update that we had received a request from the fire union for hazard pay under ARPA. So from the president, Jason Roach, and he wanted to request a discussion on the hazard pay during the pandemic and the state of emergency. I advised him that I would see if the board wished to entertain the discussion, or if we just give the request to the ARPA committee that we're going to be looking to sit, and that can be part of their discussion and recommendations. So that would be what I would lean towards. But I told him, you know, that seemed to make the most sense. I'm seeing a shaking of heads, so I will, Mr. Purple and or I will update Mr. Roach. He just was appreciative of any consideration that's given to that request. And lastly, I just wanted to quick.
Lisa,
Sorry,
can
go
I
ahead.
just make a comment on that?
Yes.
I also think that we should follow what is happening with Governor Baker at the state level related to
Yeah.
hazard pay. And that may go hand in hand with this conversation.
Very good point, Chelsea. Thank you very much for that. I very good point. Lastly, the kids vaccine clinic. I had the honor of being able to volunteer at it. It was an amazing few hours. It was a seamless process. It was so well put together and done. The families were so appreciative and had so much gratitude for the Board of Health and all that volunteered to put this together. One of the nicest parts for a lot of families was that a lot of staff from Woodward School actually participated. So everybody knows Mrs. Hill and Mrs. Sergi from the office, and they were actually a great comfort. A lot of the kids were more excited to see them. They didn't even think about the shots. You know, they wanted to have conversation, kids that are in school and kids that have passed through there. So it was almost like a reunion of sorts. And it made it easier for some of these kids to navigate the process. It was a scary process. So kudos to the Board of Health. I will turn this over to Chelsea for additional updates on the technical side. But again, Chelsea, thank the Board of Health, obviously, on behalf of the town.
Well, thank you. And there were 3 clinics held between Northborough and Southborough, 2 in Northborough, 1 in Southborough. And between those 3 dates, 500 out of the 790 eligible 5 to 11-year-olds received their first shot. That would not include any child who went to a pharmacy during that period. The reporting from the state comes out on Thursdays that shows the number of children in that age group, or any, not just children, any vaccination information comes out on Thursdays from the state. As of last week, which would not have included the Southborough clinic, there was 27% of the 5 to 11-year-olds. So we're expecting a pretty big jump from last week to this week. That's it. So the second doses will be given about 3 weeks after the first. And if you got a shot in the first clinic, then you would have already been rebooked in the second one. So I just would like to thank all of the volunteers who volunteered in both towns. I heard they were very well run, very successful. I heard very positive feedback from everyone. So thank you to all the staff and the volunteers for stepping up.
Awesome. Thank you, Chelsea. So we'll go to members report. Veterans Day ceremony. Select Board Member Dennington went and represented the board. So Andrew, do you want to say a few words about the ceremony and how it went?
Sure. So the town held its annual Veterans Day commemoration last Thursday, November 11th. Mr. Healy and I marched in the parade that went from the community center to the all-war Veterans of All Wars Memorial. Mr. Wynot presided over the ceremonies, and they were very well presented. They were solemn. There were some older veterans there from the World War II Korea era. It was very interesting to see that, and I gave some brief remarks. There was a great turnout. We had wonderful weather, and it was a great occasion to appreciate the sacrifices that our veterans have made.
Wonderful. Marty, do you want to add anything to that?
Two things. One about that. Andrew's remarks were terrific. I mean, I think they really captured the spirit of the day. And the second thing is, just while I'm talking, Mark already knows this. I think he may have passed it along to you, Lisa. December is a mess for me. I got drafted to do a trial, no sympathy, I don't think, down in the Southern District of Florida. So I'll be in Fort Lauderdale for most of the month of December. As a result, it's going to be very difficult for me to participate other than in bits and pieces in our 2 December meetings. I apologize for that, but I got to spend a month in Florida. Sorry.
Can I say I'm a little jealous of that, Marty? I mean, talk about a great time to go down to Florida.
I've heard a little bit of that, although I'll spend most of my outside time walking from the hotel to the courthouse. So it's not going to be that much of a fun time. It'll be nice to be in warm weather.
All right. Well, hopefully you'll have a speedy trial, and thank you for that. Next up, update on regional dispatch study.
So I just wanted to give the board an update that both chiefs have been in contact with the Collins Center and had their interviews conducted and are in process on some other members of each department. And I just would like any member of the board who has any specific requests around data points that they would like to see to send those to Mr. Purple. I just want to make sure that, you know, when the report is complete, if there's specific things that you're looking for, that we either make sure it's included in the Collins Center report or that the chiefs have time to pull any data together. Some of the things that I'm interested in is for Southborough specifically, when do we have multiple calls going on? How often do we have multiple calls going on at the same time that we're needing to dispatch to multiple locations in town? And also when it comes to mutual aid, how often are we relying on other towns to come to us and vice versa, so that we can see what kind of time savings would be realized by having everybody kind of on the same network. So those are the 2 points that I want to make sure that if Collins Center isn't going to include, that we have that data. And so if anybody else has any ideas, I'd like to include those as well.
Great. Thank you, Chelsea. So Mark, you have 3 minutes. Do you want to start and see where you get to, and then we can always come back to what you can't finish?
I can do this in 3 minutes.
Awesome.
And I don't see Miss Galligan here yet. So you know, considering that she's part of the tree hearing appeal, I think. But I'll do my 3 minutes and then we can go from there. First item is just a notice for the board. The golf management RFP for the Southborough Golf Club is out. Responses are due back on 12/3. The current management company, New England Golf, is very interested in continuing the relationship, so I would expect them to bid. I think the improvements that have been made to the course over the past several years makes it a very attractive course. All the rain that we've gotten this past year has kept it green for the whole season. It's so visually it's attractive as well. And this year, for the first time, I think that I'm aware of, the golf course has a chance to crack $500,000 in gross revenue for the season, which is tremendous. Last year we thought that golf was down or golf was up simply because of COVID, and golf was one of the only things you could do outside. But they have continued to surpass that, and they've had another great season. In your packet, the board had the response to the open meeting law complaint filed by Ms. Kramer. The responses from Attorney Lydon in Jay Tallerman's office. I thought that she did a nice job articulating the issues. I think, you know, it is highlighted for us the issues that we have with Zoom when it comes to trying to do an executive session at the beginning of the meeting, and trying to do it all inside of the same Zoom, because, you know, I think people inadvertently were not allowed to be in the room, and then, you know, obviously get kicked out of the room. And because it was simply a vote at the beginning of the meeting to go into executive session of the open session, that portion of the meeting, we didn't turn the recording on. So moving forward, I've had some conversations with Ms. Braccio and with Ms. Hale, and I really think that when we do executive sessions at the beginning of the meeting, they should be 2 separate Zoom rooms set up, and that will eliminate any of those issues at all. So we'll have one posted for executive session, we'll have one posted for open session, and I think it's very clear at that point, when people are to be allowed in the room and when people are not. So hopefully that prevents any of these issues moving forward. On a related note, the response for the open meeting law complaint from Ms. Kramer regarding the EDC was also filed today. I believe that the board had seen some correspondence on that. And finally, hopefully this doesn't take too long, but I may involve Mr. Dennington with this. We heard from Senator Eldridge's office late last week that an earmark for the replacement of the Northborough Road culvert, $70,000, was included in the state's ARPA bill in the Senate version. For the bill, this is great news. This will give us the ability, hopefully, to do the engineering and design and bidding work over the winter. And then as soon as weather breaks in the spring, we're able to get that work underway and get that road opened up. Just a small caveat that this is in the Senate bill. It's not in the House bill. They need to have a conference committee to get the final bill to the governor. This is a little bit of a rush process. I think that's good news, that I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of haggling about this. The governor needs the bill on his desk by Thursday. This process needs to be closed out fairly quickly. I think that makes it favorable for this to remain in. This was something that Selectman Dennington pinged me about, put me in touch with some of the players that I hadn't dealt with yet in Senator Eldridge's office, and continued to provide information back and forth through the process. And hopefully it bears some fruit at the end and takes a capital item off our funding schedule that is desperately needed. That's all I have.
Andrew, do you want to add anything to that?
Sure. This is good news. I want to thank first Mark for his work. I've required some quick work once we found out about this opportunity to work with the Senator Eldridge's staff to do what was needed. And I also want to thank Senator Eldridge for advocating for Southborough. And we are cautiously optimistic that this earmark in the Senate version of the budget will ultimately be in the final version that's signed by the governor.
We'll know in 2 days.
Oh, fingers crossed. Awesome. Good work, both of you. Much appreciated. All right. At this time, if we could bring, I see Karen is out there. If we could bring Karen over, I will open the public hearing at 7:32 for the tree hearing appeal for Marlboro Road Shared Streets Project. Mr. Purple, would you be kind enough to read the hearing notice, please?
Absolutely. The Southborough Board of Selectmen shall hold a tree hearing appeal on Tuesday, November 16th, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. at a virtual meeting to discuss the removal of 9 trees located on Marlboro Road. The trees range in size from 6 inches to 36 inches and consists of 1 elm tree, 1 maple tree, 2 ash trees, 1 of which is double trunked, and 5 oak trees. Each tree is posted. A complete list of the proposed tree removal locations, species, size, and pictures can also be found at www.southboroughtown.com/tree/grounds. The meeting may be viewed by the public through a link located at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated. And Madam Chair, I will also note that the two individuals who had filed appeals that brought the tree hearing to this point have been notified, and I believe both are in the audience this evening.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Purple. So we'll start with Karen. We'll bring over Mr. Weisham and Ms. Landry, and then we'll open it up to the board for questions and comments. So Karen, if you want to just give a little segue as to what's going on, it would be appreciated. Sorry, you're muted, Karen.
Duh. Okay. So we had a tree hearing on these trees on November 1st. We walked with, I don't know that actually the list of people, mostly library trustees had come to the meeting or to the hearing. We walked it with people and the tree warden. We looked at all the trees that are in question, removal being for the adjustment of the intersection of St. Mark's Street. So based on the project that's going on and the location of the trees and the health of the trees, the tree warden had determined that his determination to remove them all. But prior to the meeting, the hearing, and it can be anytime prior or as long before you close the hearing, we did get a note from written notice that they were going to already they wanted to appeal the hearing regardless of what our response was. So the vote for the tree warden was to remove, but obviously now it's at here an appeal with you.
Great, Karen, thank you. I will, when it comes around to the board, I want to add that that we had walked it today and we were trying to find a way to make this work outside of this, but I'll get to that. So why don't we start with Ms. Landry? And Marguerite, if you could just do name and address, that would be much appreciated. And
Yes. Marguerite Landry, 134 Deerfoot Road. I'm also the chair of the Library Board of Trustees, but I'm not here in that capacity. Thank you for your attention. I asked to have Karen explain why those trees were slated to be removed. There was also some conversation. I mean, I think part of it was that the number of live trees that had been removed prior were kind of surprising to everybody at the library, because we had no idea that there would be that much removal of full-grown trees. And we prior to this had that piece of land with a small forest on it, which was very nice. And then all of a sudden we looked out the window and there was clear cut. So that was partly the motivation between that caused me to request a hearing. I think there are other issues that came up with that. Looking at the trees, as Karen explained, some of them were not healthy. Some of them had to come down because the new road was going in there. That was fine. The issues after that became, for me, is it possible to move the sidewalk over? And that led into the bigger issue of what is the plan of this garden that's going in? It seems to me that's unclear, and I think that the survival or whatever of those trees is part of that. First the garden had a playground, then it doesn't. Then the garden needs to be done by the 31st of December. There are a lot of issues there that are not clear to me, and I think the survival of those trees, which may or may not be worth keeping, has to do with what the garden looks like, and I'm not at all clear what the garden looks like. And I don't mean to be a pest on this, because I know, Mr. Healy, you'd said that there had been a number of posts about what was happening here, but unfortunately we were remiss in paying attention, I guess. We just...
Marguerite, I'm sorry. So if we could just stick this to tree. Yeah, I'm sorry, because this is the hearing. We have much discussion later on the rest of your concerns.
All right. Okay.
Yeah,
I will stick with the trees. Sorry, I'm wondering. I think it's, for me, I would like to save as many of those trees as possible. And that's tied in with what the garden's going to look like, which is unresolved at this point. So I guess I don't know, what can I say? If the plans are going forward per the blueprints, then the trees are all gone as far as the blueprints are concerned. But it seems to me the blueprints are not final at this point. That's my only point. So Karen, go for it.
So some of the trees are actually in the new intersection, in the road of the intersection. These are all street trees. So the trees that were previously removed were not street trees. They were on private property at the time. The other trees that are along the road that are coming, it's due to the sidewalk. The sidewalk, it doesn't have anything to do with the park. It really only has to do with the sidewalk or the roadway. We did look, Selectman Braccio and Mr. Purple and I went today, and we did look to see if there was any way we could move the sidewalk a little bit back or around some trees. It all ends up tying back into the issue of when you get to the intersection, making sure you're ADA compliant, making sure you have the right sight distances. So that was what led to ultimately that list of trees. There are 3 that aren't shown individually. They are shown, they're posted, but they're not shown individually on the plans. That are far enough back next to the stone wall. They're not the greatest of the trees that we have there, but those 3 could be saved. It's two that are grown right together, and then a third. And I wish I could remember what their numbers were right this second. Oh, here, sorry. So they would be tags 34, 36, and 37. Those 3 trees actually are far enough back from the sidewalk. We might be able, we can minimize the disruption to them. They're not like super great trees to begin with, but those we probably could work around and maintain. At least they would survive, I believe, for a while, and then it just would be a matter of how they actually pan out ultimately, because they're very close to the walkway, they're close to the sidewalk, but they're not right up against it.
Well, I think anything you could do to save any tree at that point would be great. Thank you very much for looking at those trees. I know having concrete near them, but I know is not good for them, but I know many trees survive in cities when they're coming right up out of sidewalks, so surely there may be hope for them. I just hate to see the whole area denuded of large trees. So anything you could do to save what you've got there would be fabulous as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Much appreciated. Mr. Weishan, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening. Am I muted? No, I'm not actually there. Good. I want to echo what Marguerite has to say in terms of saving these trees. I think the plan here is really simple. Change the plan. There's no reason that sidewalk couldn't be rerouted to the inside of those trees, or for that matter, that the intersection couldn't be moved slightly to the north. And thus 15 feet to the north would save the huge 36-inch oak that is there. I mean, the changes to this parcel have been pretty astounding and have certainly gotten a lot of comment. Certainly you've heard from us on this. I will stick to the trees here, but I also echo Marguerite's opinion that this cannot be simply about the trees, because the fate of these trees is tied to the fate of what happens on that parcel. And I think there's a lot of discussion to be had and a lot of questions to be had about how this has been done, where this is going, and what the final point of it will be. So I don't know how you would do this in terms of meeting, but perhaps my request would be that you continue this tree hearing until the rest of the questions on this parcel are resolved, because we've already seen the stripping, clear cutting of a half acre of old growth forest on those parcels, which is shocking. And not to be able to figure out the engineering to move around these trees, which is done commonly in every metropolis in the United States, I think is something that we really, if we're really trolling ourselves a tree city, that's something that really needs to be dealt with. So I would ask that you would continue this hearing and not take a vote on this until you all and the townsfolk all are in agreement here about what really needs to happen with this parcel, this park. I've already expressed to you in written form my reservations on this. People are weighing in on my Southborough. I think there's a lot of discussion here that needs to happen. So that would be my request to you.
Thank you. So we're going to open it up to the public as well that's out there. But while we have Ms. Landry and Mr. Weishan here, is there any questions or comments from the board for them? Or we're going to have discussion on this once we close the public hearing anyway. So
could I ask Karen for a point of clarification?
Yes.
Karen, what is the, I mean, thank you for everything you're doing for this town. And I know you have an absolutely horrible job, which no one should have to have because there are so many moving parts and it can be so dreadful for you. But what is the deadline like on this? I mean, December 31st extensions, what are we looking at here realistically?
So the way that the grant works is that we did get it extended. I think I did it twice to December 31st. They said it had to be used by then, but it doesn't mean all the plantings have to be done. We have to have this space basically created. And at this point, we are at that point. The road, the drainage, that's all been installed because that was a big piece of this project was drainage. That's all been done. And as long as we have used the amount of the grant and then show progress that we're going to continue with the rest of the park area, we should be able to just use that money and show, we can show the progress, and that's what you have to do for the grant.
Okay,
So
thank you. That helps a lot. Okay.
we should be fine.
All
Okay,
right.
thanks.
So I see nothing from the board at this point. So if there's anyone else in the audience that would like to comment under the public hearing, please raise your hand. And we have Janet Maney. If we could bring Janet over. Hi, Janet. How are you? Welcome. I would just ask that this is the public hearing for the trees. If it's specific to the trees, that would be great. We're going to discuss the park later on in the agenda. So that being said, welcome, and we look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you. I guess talking.
All right. Oh, Janet, you're muted now. Did we lose you, Janet?
There.
Oh, there you are. You're back.
Shifting me over here. Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, sorry. In talking to Karen about when we had the hearing, it wasn't at all clear to me that one of the major plans of this layout was to provide additional parking for St. Mark's. I thought it was history walk, park, whatever. But in reading things afterwards, I realized that was at least half the goal here. So I think I agree with Michael Weisham that it would be great if the road could be shifted further north. There's a very old stone wall there that needs to be taken down. Additional trees would need to be taken down if it's left where the plan says now.
Okay.
But it seems to be that everything's getting squished that way towards the library, towards the old burial ground. And I'm not sure that that's required. Or I guess
All right.
I'd like to see if some modifications to that could be made.
Go ahead, Karen. And again, I'm trying to stick to the tree hearing here on the trees and not get into the project itself so much, but go ahead, Karen.
Just so quickly, the reason that the intersection is moved to the south as much as it is in order to make the turning radius or radii better for the buses, and school buses, fire trucks. We're at the optimum spot for that without taking down 3 large oaks, which was the worry. We were trying to make sure we could fit the road in a spot where we were taking the least amount of large trees. And then as far as the parking, that's another thing to be spoken about, but it's we're interrupting their lot, the lot that they've been using. And so this isn't about giving anybody extra parking. It's about making the park, moving the intersection. But in the process of that, we're affecting a parking lot or a parking area. And that's what that's about. It has nothing to do. We're not trying to build anybody a parking lot. It's not about making a parking lot and making the road fit in a spot, putting the road where it needs to be to make it the best road, putting a park in so that everyone can use the park, and then adjusting what we've disrupted.
All right. Thank you, Karen. Janet, I'm sure you'll have comments maybe further on within the discussions as well. So, okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak regarding the trees? All right, that being said, we will open it up to the board. I just want, and again, thank you, Marguerite, thank you, Michael, and thank you, Janet, as well. Much appreciate the comments and your input as well. I wanted to share with the board that Karen kind of referenced this today. I've kind of been concerned about the trees throughout this process. And we actually, Karen, Mark, and I took a walk, and we went down there with the plan and tried to see if there was a way that we could save any of the trees that are there. Now, Karen is right. There were 3 larger trees that have red tape around them. Those trees aren't being touched. Those trees are staying. We had talked about, similar to what Mr. Weishan had mentioned, seeing if there was a way to stop the sidewalk short of the trees, allow it to go up the path that we have, and come back around the back side of the trees. Obviously, out of the trees, the 36-inch tree was a concern, but unfortunately, Karen spoke to the engineers, and the tree is actually in the roadway. It's not on the side of the road that we have to worry about. It's within the turning radius going into the road. So I just wanted the board to be aware that, up until our meeting tonight, we were still walking the site and trying to find a way potentially to save some of these trees. And Karen, I will just ask you, before I open it up to the board, to, in some of the documents you've provided tonight, you had talked about how the sidewalks on this were on a larger plan. Can you just touch on that briefly? So we're not just creating the sidewalks specifically just for the park or anything, but it's on a much larger sidewalk plan, correct?
Correct. So
Okay.
the sidewalks on Marlboro Road were and granted, we're not going all the way down the road, but with this project, but that was on our complete streets plan, priority plan, and the sidewalk committee. It was ranked the #1 spot where the town wanted to add sidewalks. So we've been trying to add to there as we can.
Okay, so I have a couple more comments, but I will wait. I will open it up to the board for questions of Karen or comments. Mr. Dennington, we'll start with you.
Sure. Okay, I just want to get the most recent information of the trees in tags 34. It sounds like we're saying that 34, 36, and 37 can be saved. Those are the ones that are no.
Go ahead, Karen.
Yes, those are the 3 that we had looked at that are kind of back by the wall more. And we had looked at those, Selectman Bracho earlier today, and that we said those 3 we think we could probably work around if we had to.
Even with the sidewalks, Karen, just so I'm clear.
Yes. I mean,
Okay.
we're gonna have to be very careful. Yeah.
Okay.
Could I, it's not my turn, but this is sort of relevant. I just was wondering why the St. Mark's Street had to be put exactly where it's being put.
So I think Karen just addressed that with Janet, that based on the turning radius, and Karen, you can jump back in and repeat yourself if you want. It had to do with the turning radius of buses and fire trucks.
But why can't they put it with the same turning radius 10 feet up north?
When we were placing the road and we were looking, we tried to find a spot that would disrupt the least amount of the larger trees on the road and the more healthy of the grouping. We really made an effort to save. There's one of the biggest oaks that's actually on St. Mark's property. And so we basically tried to put it in the best spot with the best turning radius. And this was the spot.
So is it in order to save St. Mark's tree, we're cutting down Southborough Street?
I think you have to realize that that is now going to be part of the park area, these large trees. So they're for everyone to enjoy where they are. They're part of the park area.
Lisa, if I may just come back in again. We have.
All right, just briefly, Michael, only because the board is deliberating. So
I understand, but I would like to remind the board that cutting down trees of this size, you and I will never see a tree that size in that location again in our lifetimes. And this is a substantial, we are trying to call ourselves a tree city, and to cut down this level of trees, we can move a road. We can move a sidewalk. We cannot replace a 75-year-old oak. And I just would like you to remember that as you're doing these deliberations. Thank you.
thank you. All right, Andrew, let's continue
Okay,
on.
I hadn't really completed my thoughts here. I was just kind of going tree by tree. So the 34, 30, as a result of the walkthrough, 34, 36, 37 are no longer, don't need to be removed from the DPW standpoint.
They don't have to be. We think we can work and save those, yes.
Okay, but it's 40, 45 is the big one, the large oak. That is really right at the corner of where the road would be. So you're saying that the engineer, you recently found out just today that the engineer doesn't feel you could remove, you could complete that intersection and still keep that tree. Okay.
You were muted, Karen, sorry.
I said correct.
So in just looking at the work that I looked at it today, I mean, the road is pretty much already laid out in that location. Is that right? And that there is a the subsurface drainage is installed, and there's a storm drain which is there, which is sited in a particular place that goes with the road location, which has already been put in, right? Okay, and then the trees that are to the north, the 39 and 38, I see one of them is a double trunked and one of them is, noted as dying, a maple tree. So I guess I'm trying to think of it, tree by tree, what can be saved while keeping the current plan and what can't, just getting your perspective on that.
So the double trunk, actually, both of the two on the north side are actually within the sidewalk or just off the edge. So as we excavate for the sidewalk, put in gravel, even if they're just off the edge, we would still end up disrupting their roots quite a bit. But these two are actually in the sidewalk.
Okay.
And without moving the stone walls and stuff, we can't really necessarily do a lot to move the sidewalk around.
So I have other, questions, thoughts, but they more relate, Madam Chair, to the, the park itself. So I know you want to keep this focus on the tree. So that's all the questions I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen, and thank you to those who have spoken so far. Karen, if we were to not approve these trees being removed, then what would happen?
Well, the darn good question. The oak tree, the large oak, where it's in the roadway, would end up becoming a problem in terms of safety for sight distance. It would create a lot of problems in terms of our sidewalk availability to actually build one in the right spot. And we also, like I said, there's a sight distance issue with because it's right there. And we'd have to narrow. I don't know that we really, I mean, if you shifted everything, I think you're just doubling the work that, and the cost of that work. If you try to shift everything, because we have to redesign everything, we have to redo all the drainage has to be looked at, redesigned. It's, you could not build a sidewalk, which is something that the town wants. And you'd have to weigh that out if you just say, okay, well, no sidewalk, but at least let's get the intersection done. I mean, we'd have to stop the project and redesign, basically. I'm not sure how it would work with the bid. I'm not sure what percentage of the bid this would end up affecting.
Okay. And if we were to do the road and not the sidewalk, we would still need to take down the oak. And how many other trees?
The oak, and there's a maple that's like a 5-inch maple, like stuck kind of with it. That would have to come too. Otherwise, I think without, we might not even need to move the utility pole if we didn't have the sidewalk. So the tree that's growing into the utility pole, I guess you could keep that if you wanted to. The dead tree wouldn't be affected, it's dead. So as far as, you could keep everything but the two. So it would be 46 and 45 would have to come down if you got rid of sidewalk.
Okay. And do you know, as part of the sidewalk grander plan, as you talked about going up Northborough Road, if that was designated to be on the west side versus the east side of the street?
It was planned always for the west side because of there's a drainage swale on the east side, and we did a filing already in NOI for or whatever, I'm sorry, apologize, Conservation Commission, whatever it is, that we did do a filing because there's a spot we do have to cross a culvert, but then it's actually a better side and it hooks in up at the bridge over by Cross Street.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Mr. Haley.
Thanks, Karen, and thanks for the comments. Karen, I suspect, like me, you're probably having a sense of deja vu, going back to Main Street and turning radiuses and things like that. I mean, the reality is we dealt with this in great detail on Main Street, and sidewalks are a safety issue and they're a priority for the town. And it's not just going to be this stretch of sidewalks. This issue is going to come up time and time again, because places that the town of Southborough wants and really needs sidewalks from a safety perspective have trees. I think the work Karen has done, both in terms of notifying various town committees that are involved in this process, has been exemplary. I think the work, I worked with VHB on the Main Street project, and they did terrific work maintaining as much as you possibly could. I think a little bit what's being lost is that the same thing will happen in this location that happened in the Main Street location, where there were, of necessity, trees displaced. And that is, there were additional plantings. Now, there's a difference between a newly planted tree and a 75-year-old tree. There's no question about it. But all of this is a balancing, and balancing the town's need and desire for safe walking. I mean, the results of the Main Street project speak for themselves. I'm not sure. I mean, I walk a lot in that area. I actually walk a lot in the area that where the new park is going. And I stop and talk to the young families that are exultant about the fact they can be out walking around these areas in Southborough safely. Right now, you cannot walk. You can't take, depending on which direction you're coming, east or west on Route 30. You you cannot walk north on Route 85 safely. You can go on St. Mark's property. You could previously walk through the thickets of the area at the end of the library. These sidewalks will do what we say we want in Southborough, which will make it safe for people to be able to walk. There's a balance, and I think the appropriate balance has been struck here.
Thank you. Mr. Stivers?
Thank you. Karen, did I hear correctly? You say that there's a way you can save the large oak tag number 45?
No, I don't think you heard that.
Okay.
The question was, what if it didn't get voted to be moved, be removed, what would we do? And
Yeah,
we've stammered on that for a while.
I heard that one. I thought previously you said that the other one. That's helpful. Thanks. I guess I did attend a tree hearing on the first, and very instructive in terms of sort of looking at the various options here. I continue to be interested in trying to find a way to save particularly the large oak and as many of the other trees as we can. I'm still puzzled as to why we can't move the sidewalk 10 or 15 feet to the west on the inside of the wall maybe, and save a number of those trees that are now slated for removal. And again, it seems to me, Karen, that moving the roadway 10 feet to the north is unlikely to have a huge impact on the turning radius. I'm not an engineer, but as I look at the layout of that road, it certainly doesn't appear to me to cause a major problem for a bus or a fire truck to move that road north a little bit. Are there other trees that would affect adversely, or again, is it just a turning radius question?
Again, when we were laying out the road and we were trying to figure out where to put it through, disrupt the least amount of trees, because there's a lot there's all oaks on both sides of the stone wall, right? We're trying to limit the amount that we affected, and this location only affected 2. One just happened to be a street tree. Otherwise, it would have affected 3 large oaks that were not street trees. And then it's also had to do with, again, yes, the radiuses, yes, drainage. There's, a lot went into this. It's not, I mean, trees were an issue that we were trying to make sure, as far as the road went, that would limit what we had to take down. And also, as you've all pointed out, we have stone walls. We're trying to make sure, I mean, that was the best location, and that was how it was decided.
So what I think I'm hearing is that if you remove that intersection 10 or 15 feet to the north to save the one tree, 2 or 3 other large oak trees would come down.
Yes, we would end up, there's a couple that we're trying to protect that have fencing around them. And yes, so we end up getting closer and closer to affecting those versus this one.
And how about, again, moving the sidewalk 15 or 20 feet to the west inside the stone wall for some distance to, again, save the trees next to the roadway there?
And that's what we said, if we did move that in, we can save likely, right, 34, 36, 37 anyway. The only other one that you'd be able to actually do anything with is 33, right? So if you move and you get up into off of the road with the sidewalk, which again, there is a grade change there because there's a stone wall, so you have to make sure you're ADA compliant. Then it's got to come back around, and it's got to come back so that the crossing is at the intersection. It can't be 10 feet up because there are stop lines before that. You can't have you can't have a crossing before a stop line, right? So now you've got site distance issues, and you're stopping far up the road. So you need to make sure that intersection and your wheel ramps are at the intersection, and that oak is going to be in the way one way or the other. And you're just coming back around. So you're only saving one more tree, but you're also now trying to make sure that we have this ADA scoot around on this
Right.
tree and you've got a grade change. So I don't know how far or where that goes. I don't know if it affects any other, anything else to try to get back in its location. There, we have that one path that does come from Marlboro Road up to into the area, the park area. And if you use that as sidewalk, that's already past tag 33. So you've not fixed 33.
Yeah, okay, so it seems like we're in a bind, I guess. I mean, in a perfect world, you actually deal with the trees before you do the engineering, so you don't wind up with an engineering problem that you got to fix, I guess. Okay, that's it for me for questions now. Thanks, Lisa.
All right, thank you, Sam. So I want to just reiterate again, we spent a lot of time out there today trying to find a solution. And Sam, I had asked about moving the road north, but when we looked at the trees with the red flags, there are two, I think they're oaks, Karen, to the north side of the site. It's a matter, as Karen said, of sacrificing one for the other. I mean, my goal would have been to save every one of these trees. I mean, there's a tree that's right literally on top of the telephone pole. And at some point, the poles are going to be moved. That's going to create an issue for the root system as well. Well, I certainly would have loved to save every tree. And I think a lot of effort went into trying to find a way. One of the things that was important to me is if we're adding a space, we just had an ADA report done. And the ADA report showed us continually around town where even our fields, there's not accessibility for those. We have an opportunity here to do a park in adjacent to the library that would be easier access for those that do have accessibility, mobility issues. So this is a tough one for me because I would like to save all of the trees, and we tried to do that today. But I think it's a bigger issue here for me. So it was important to save the 3 of the 4 large trees that we were able to do. 2 that wouldn't be affected by the project. So again, which affects the layout of the project. So I will leave it at that. So I think we'll discuss this further, but we'll close the public hearing at this point, and the board can kind of decide which path we choose to go down. So thank you, Marguerite. Much appreciated. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Lisa, there's a lot
Yes.
of comments in the chat.
Okay, let's
You
go
want me-
back then.
You want me to?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay.
Chelsea.
So,
I didn't see those. Okay. Nope, that's fine.
okay, so Karen Latrez said turning radius of buses. Why not ask buses to follow major thoroughfares? And then Patricia.
So let's just stop at that one. So
Okay.
Karen, it's more than just buses. It's the fire trucks, the ladder truck, more so than the buses, though some of the Southborough buses do go down that road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the name's cut off, but it looks like it's Patricia is the first name. Okay, Burns Fiore. So she said, but St. Mark's will own the park. And then Karen Latrez said, is it appropriate to ask a small road to accommodate buses? And then thank you, well said. Thank you, Michael, well said to that. Happened a few minutes ago. Why not ask the buses to stay on major? Oh, I already read that one. I don't know why that came through multiple times in my chat, sorry. Then Marguerite said, buses are St. Mark's game buses. And Karen Latrez said, aren't we asking the wrong question here? Why are we asking that trees of historical value be removed when we need to find an appropriate route for bus traffic? Aren't we, I don't know why hers come through a couple times.
Yeah.
And then Michael said, just redo the plan, so simple. Marguerite then said, the buses are the only ones that go to St. Mark's with Groton, et cetera, teams on them. A number that's 408972 said, obviously this is a demo for developers. And then Carola Trez says, then buses are occasional and can adapt their traffic pattern. Rebecca Deans Rowe said, I'm a little confused. The MassDOT site announces the grant as Southborough received $290,000 to support the implementation of a new Southborough history walk to include the construction of new sidewalks on Marlboro Route 85 and St. Mark's Street, a new plaza gathering area adjacent to the public library, and paths around the old burial ground. The history walk seemed to be pitched as a focus, and here we are cutting down historical trees in a potentially cultural sensitive area. And then Patricia Burns Fiore said, how is this tree removal and street relocation being funded? Is money from shared streets and spaces grant being used to remove these trees and reroute St. Mark's Street? That money was granted for a history walk, and Ms. Galligan said in February, it would not be used for moving the roadway. So I don't know if you want to respond to that one, Karen.
So the grant isn't technically the road, use it for the road, right? It's for the area south of the road, but the road has to be had to be roughed in order to make that space. That's why it all works in together. And then the drainage is also, because that park has drainage, so all the drainage had to be done in order to make the park drainage. So it can be done.
Okay. Michael Wyson said, it's very simple to reroute the sidewalk. Also, none of the town boards or committees were notified of the final plans. Number 45 could be saved, just shift the road. 408972 said, time to go back to the drawing board. BOS, you've goofed. Enough hasn't been examined. Stop the destruction of trees now, move the sidewalk. And then Michael said, why couldn't the road just have stayed where it was and rebuilt? Marguerite said the town of Weston would find a solution. Michael Wyson said, this is all driven by expanding St. Mark's parking. Patricia Burns Fiore said, if the turning radius was the problem, was just redesigning the end of St. Mark's Street considered?
So Chelsea, I'm going to stop you for 1 second. So for the record, if we're reading these into the record, we have people's names. 408972. If this was a public meeting, you would have to state your name and who you are. So if you could type that into the chat so the record could reflect who you are, because we would require that in a public meeting as well. So if you want to go back, we can come back to that one. Okay. And they could just type their name in.
Okay. Patricia Burns Fiore said, this is a park on St. Mark's property that Southborough is using funds granted to Southborough to build on private property. Okay, and then Cara Latrez said, hi, my name is Cara. Please speak to the use of the funds for a history walk.
Okay. So I'm going to stop you, Chelsea, because we've gone off the beaten path on the comments. This is a tree hearing, and we're talking about the use of funds, which I don't think, while it's important to read them in the record, it's out of place with the discussion that's taking place. So you can continue, but it's really not the appropriate place to. But go ahead, finish.
Patricia Burns Fiore said, what money is being used to pay for the road if it's not the grant? Has a budget for this been made public? Why are we using funds granted to Southborough to build a park on St. Mark's property? Not sure I heard an answer. And Carol Latrez said, please save the trees. And Michael Wyson said, please just continue the hearing until the rest of the park design has town approval.
All right, thank you. So those have been read into record. So I think at this point, we'll deliberate and discuss this further, but I think I'm going to close the public hearing, and then Andrew, go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say whether there was you had a motion to close the, I think you would.
I was coming to that.
Okay,
Yeah, I was asking, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
second,
Second,
Thank you. Roll call, Mr. Dennington,
aye.
Mr. Healy,
aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Ms. Brascio, aye. Okay, the public hearing is closed. Now we can discuss. If the board wishes to continue this, Karen, if this did get continued, what impact would it have on the project moving forward?
I can't tell you exactly what would happen with it, since this project is part of the Newton Street, the rest of it would probably just continue on until this was settled out. They were going to bring to binder this year, the road. I would assume that wouldn't happen.
So how would that affect the bids? Is there going to be a penalty for, or it won't make a difference based on the contract for delaying some of the work that was supposed to be done?
No, we don't. What we had to have done per the bid was to have that roughed out so that we could make sure we could utilize the grant. However, if there's still a question about that come the end of the year when we go to get that grant money, and there's a question of, well, we're not going to build a park, and we did all this and we're not doing any of it, then we have to give back that money.
All right, so I'm going to open it back up to the board now that we've closed the public comment. I don't know if the board wishes to entertain continuing the hearing, to taking a position, if the board is ready to take a position on the tree hearings that are before us. We'll go down the line. Andrew, I think we started with you last. So Chelsea?
I would like to, in a perfect world, if we had time, I would like to have a discussion on the full project and then go back to the tree hearing. But I don't know how the timing of that would work, Karen. Or
I think you guys can do what you want, right?
I mean, I guess, are we talking about continuing it for how long? And I think I would just like to have an all-encompassing discussion to then go back to the trees, but I don't, I'm also cognizant of that we have, that we're spending money wisely too, and that we're not, that we didn't do work that's not going to be realized in some capacity. So I don't know if I'm making myself clear on that.
Okay. So Chelsea, are you looking to delay the tree hearing if we can until we have a larger discussion on the project? Am I hearing you?
Yes, if that's possible to do it that way.
Okay. Marty.
Oh, I'm unmuted. The sidewalks are consistent with every study that Southborough has done. They are designed for safety. This is an issue that we're going to deal with over and over again if we're going to put sidewalks in Southborough. I think Karen has given the best explanation for the steps that were taken to protect as many of the trees as possible. Again, that's what we did on Main Street. That's what we're going to have to do on every road that we consider putting sidewalks on. The idea, because Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, if you put in sidewalks, those trees have to go. The only way those trees stay other than 34, 36, and 37 is if you don't put the sidewalks in. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
All right, then it's an easy call for me.
All right, thank you, Marty. Sam?
So to summarize, are we at the point where we're now talking about 6 of the 9 trees on the list? 34,
So
36, and 7 excluded from the list?
yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there was 9, Sam.
There were 9 on the original.
It was 9. So there's 3 that we're currently looking to, well, at least looking to be able to try to save and still allow the sidewalks to take place.
And which are those on Karen's original list? 34, 36.
36 and 37, Sam.
Numbers 3, 4, and 5 on the plan.
Pull up our list. 34, 36, and 37. Yes, 3, 4, and 5, Sam. Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Very troubling. I hate to lose the big oak there. That's a tough one for me. But I guess I don't have any other questions at this point.
Okay, Andrew?
I don't believe we need to continue the hearing. And I think that a lot of the frustration that some people have about this whole issue is just simply the fact that we're going to have a more, I think, the way we've separated the agenda, we're going to have a discussion about the contents of the park, other parts of the park later, and just because we are in a legal public hearing about the tree removal, we're trying to confine it to that. There's other ways we're going to address these concerns in the other part of the agenda. But Sam, just responding to one of the points you made of, you said ideally you try to do the tree work before you have the plan. I think what Karen is saying is that to some extent we did do that. And another thing I was struck by going to the area today is when I just looked, and some of the best trees are actually those that have the I don't know what color you would call it.
Red.
Purple or red.
Red, yeah.
That are actually going to be, that are not being cut down. So that kind of, in a concrete way, shows to me how, just adjusting this street 5 feet, 10 feet leads to some things you may not actually want. And, again, I was struck by the fact that there's already a stormwater drain in the middle of this that is put in place to accommodate the street that was reflected on the plan beforehand. So again, all that's where first I appreciate the work that Lisa and Mark and Karen did of trying to think carefully about which of the trees could be taken off the list. But I'm comfortable, closing out this hearing, and then we can discuss the rest of the project design at the end of this meeting.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. So I also am comfortable closing the hearing. I don't know the design of the park and the discussion on the park is going to have nothing to do with the road. The drainage is done on the road. That is done. We looking at the trees, looking at tag 30, it's dead. So that's a no-brainer. Tag 33 is up against a telephone pole. We looked at 34, 36, and 37. I mean, obviously, everyone, I think, would have liked to have saved the big 36-inch oak. But as we said earlier, I think moving the road, shifting it to the north, you would have lost 2 others in its place. So, and I think at the place we're at, and the sidewalks, Karen, aren't going to affect. The only trees that the sidewalks are really affecting are going to be, just so I'm clear, 30 and 33. And we've already talked about 34, 36, and 37 staying. 40, 45 is the big oak, and we know that's in the roadway. And then the 2 that are to the north, 39 and 38, I believe one is dead and one is a double or dying, and one is a double tree anyway. So as much as I hate to say it, I'm comfortable closing the hearing. I don't know what more we're going to do or what more we're going to save today. And Karen, when would these trees be coming down? Anyway,
If I believe they're gonna try to get them down quickly so that they can finish up the fine grade or the more roughing and then grading of that area and the binder.
and I think the one thing that we haven't really talked about again is the ADA piece and what this sidewalk will potentially allow. So I'm also in favor of closing, well, we've closed the hearing, but taking the position on whether the board wishes to continue the hearing or not. So Chelsea, you had the first suggestion of continuing the hearing. Do you want to make a motion and see where that goes?
No, I think I was reacting to people's desire to hear more about the park and how that would flow into it. But I think your closing remarks there on the point that we're at in the process, I think it's a discussion that can be had separate because the drainage is already in place.
Okay. So that being said, then I guess, do we have a motion to approve the, I'm trying to think how to word this motion.
Actually, do you want me to give it a shot, Lisa?
Absolutely.
Okay. I move that we affirm, and Karen, you're gonna have to correct me if I get the numbers wrong, but that we affirm the tree warden's decision as to trees 30, 33, 45, 39, and 38, and that we overrule his determination as to trees 34, 36, and 37. Did I get all the numbers, Karen?
I think you missed 46.
Yeah.
And 46, so 46 should have been in the first list. So that we
Yes.
affirm the tree warden's decision as to 30, 33, 45, 46, 38, and 39, and that we overrule his determination as to trees 34, 36, and 37.
Is there a second? Andrew, we'll do a second, we'll do discussion.
Marty, you spoke really quickly there. I'm just looking at the list there. You mentioned a
All right,
35. I'm not seeing a 35 on there. I think you mean.
I said 40,
45, Andrew.
Okay, 30, 33, 45,
33,
46,
46,
Yeah.
38,
and 39. Okay.
39. Affirm those, overrule 34, 36, and 37. That's the motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call or discussion. Any further discussion? Sorry. Okay, we'll go down the line. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Reluctant aye.
and Ms. Brascio. I'll join you in the reluctant I Sam. Okay, so that piece is done. Thank you very much. Let's go down to consent agenda. We'll go down the list. If there's any holds, is there any holds on A?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any hold on B? Okay, C? D? E? I'm sorry. Andrew, did you say D?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. E?
Hold.
Okay. F?
Hold.
G?
Hold.
Okay. So that being said, do we have a motion to appoint Brittany Remillard as full-time communications officer effective November 17th, 2021, and appointment of Alyssa Colaza as part-time communication officer?
So move.
Is there a second? Thank you. Roll call. Mr. Dennington.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Healy. Sorry, Marty.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
No offense.
Aye.
And Ms. Brascio, aye. Thank you very much. Chelsea, we'll go to you for first for holds under A.
11-3, row 33. This was in relation to the female police officer appointment. I think it was the first female under Chief Paulus, not our first female police officer ever.
Yes.
So if we can add under Chief Paulus.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was it for 11-3.
Okay, was that? Yes.
Okay. 9/21, row 26. This was when the quarterly update, it was $200,000 in surplus on the revenue side. I just think we needed to clarify.
Okay.
What that was. And on 10/18, I wasn't at that meeting, but Mr. Healy was. So I think we just need to switch his name in and my name out of the present, and then the roll call vote to adjourn.
Yeah. Yep.
That was all I had.
Okay, Andrew?
You're asking if I have any comments on the open
Yes,
meeting?
under A, I thought you said hold that one as well. Maybe I was incorrect.
No, but I was furiously trying to move the papers in my packet to catch up with where Chelsea was, so I'm gonna try to catch up.
Okay.
I have just the most minor things, and I apologize if Chelsea already mentioned them. September 20th minutes, line 138. Did you, design guidelines are intended to have, it just says intended have. September 21st minutes, line 57, it should say, he asked the planning board to clarify the purpose. Line 169 should say she is now on a critical path. I've got some on September 29th. Do you want me to?
Nope, go ahead. I did this all backwards, so that's okay. I'll just continue.
The word as on line 45, I don't think should be there. I think that's it.
Okay. Mr. Stivers, do you have anything?
Yes, I do. 921, the line 191 reference to board meeting on Monday the 27th, and we actually met on Wednesday the 29th. I don't know if that date changed. It may have from when we originally talked about it, but it'd be worth confirming that date. Line 219, reference to Tim Flynn. I think it was Tim Fling, F-L-I-N-G.
What minutes were those ones, Sam? Sorry.
921.
921, thank you.
I'm going chronologically. I didn't have anything on 920. 929 listed Mr. Healy is not present, and he was there, it appears. He made statements during the meeting. And let's see, the same issue in 1018, I think Chelsea caught that one. In 1021, also I have Mr. Healy not listed as present. I think he was. And then on 11.3, line 23, Ms. Shimkus's name is misspelled. And 11.3 again, line 192, I'm referred to as Ms. Stivers.
Sorry, Sam.
In the spirit of gender equity,
There you go. Okay.
I'm proud of the promotion.
All right. All right, Sam, thank you. I had one, Mr. Purple, on September 20th, 2021, line 101. The word all is struck through. Should that not be there? Okay, that was the only one I had. I'm assuming Marty doesn't have any, or if he does, he'll be back in.
I do not.
Okay, great. So that being said, do we have a motion to approve open session meeting minutes, September 20th, 2021, September 21st, 2021, September 29th, 2021, October 18th, 2021, and November 3rd, 2021, as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Ms. Brascio. Aye. Thank you very much. Andrew, you held D.
I held D. I am in support of proceeding with the reciprocal interim license agreement. I just had some nitpicky comments on the language, if that's okay. So the first part, which recites the parties, the other party is the trustees of St. Mark's School of Southborough Incorporated, and then just on the signature block, it just says St. Mark's School of Southborough Incorporated. So usually those are supposed to match, and all of these comments that are making are just so that town council can review these and whatever is the most appropriate thing. And so then it refers to us as the Board of Selectmen, and now in all of these documents that we're seeing, some of them refer to us as the Select Board, some of the Board of Selectmen. I didn't know whether that's because technically that the article that we passed on November 1st doesn't take effect until the Attorney General approves it or something like that, but just we should be consistent in how we refer to ourselves. Obviously, the Exhibit A, the plan, needs to be attached to the license agreement. In paragraph 5, principles is not sure that, I think that's the wrong spelling of principles in the context that it's used. So that's it.
Okay. Any other comments, questions on that? Marty, do you have any? I can't tell if you're trying to unmute. No. Okay, great. So that being said, do we have a motion to approve the reciprocal interim license agreement with St. Mark's School for St. Mark's Street, Marlboro Road project as amended?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Marty, you can do the
I think I
second,
beat
Sam.
you. I'll second. I'll defer to Mr. Stivers.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
and Ms. Brascio. Aye. All right. Next up, Ms. Malinowski, you held E.
I did. I'm going to vote against it.
Okay. So do we have a motion to approve contract amendment for Fire Chief Steve Achilles?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
No.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
and Ms. Brascio? No. Thank you. 3-2 on that. Thank you very much. You held F as well, Ms. Malinowski?
Yes. Can we put that on our next executive, please?
Okay. So we will table that until our next executive. Thank you very much. And G, you held as well.
I did. So I held this one because we need to break up the motion because October 5th are not approved, but the rest listed here are approved but haven't been released. So I'm going to make a motion to release executive session meeting minutes January 5th, 2021, February 2nd, 2021, and July 13th, 2021, and August 17th, 2021.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. So we will table October 5th. Sorry, go ahead, Chelsea.
No, I'm not going to table it. I'm going to make a separate motion to
Separate
approve
for that
the
one.
release.
Got it. Okay, great. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Ms. Brascio, aye. Okay. Go ahead, Chelsea, make your second motion.
Okay, so I move to approve and release executive session minutes from October 5th, 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Ms. Brascio, aye. Thank you very much. That takes us down to other matters, which is discussion of park area for Marlboro Road Shared Streets Project. So I just want to add a couple things as we go through this. Obviously, there's been a lot of concern expressed tonight. I want to reiterate that while it was surprising for me to see what had came down on the park side of the project. I did go back. It was discussed and updated at 9 meetings starting in June 23rd of June 23rd, 2020 forward. There was, before the project was sent in December, there was an email that went to the chair of the Open Space, Historical and Library, asking for support of the trails in the proposed pocket park and looking for letters of support. I'm aware at that time there was at least one letter that was given. And also, I want to acknowledge that we are in receipt of a letter from, we were copied on a letter from Mass Historical that went to the Historical Commission regarding the work that was being done. And they offered some recommendations based on a site visit that they did. But I just want the board to be aware that I had spoken to Ms. Galligan today as well. And at this time, all extensive ground disturbance related to the project on that, the area with the park has already been completed. So I just wanted to give an update to that. And Andrew, sorry, go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, can I just update one thing? It's along
Yes.
the same lines. I remember when the grant was approved and we issued a press release back in February or early March, that one of the things Karen said she was going to do was reach out to the same boards, committees, et cetera, that she had requested support from. And this afternoon, I took a look at Karen on March 11th, appeared before the Historical Commission. I think everybody on the Historical Commission was there. There was a 6 or 8 minute conversation with Karen. The Historical Commission expressed support for the project. They expressed distress that we might not reach the May 31 deadline. And what could they do to make sure that we did meet the May 31 deadline? There was a question put to Karen about whether or not final plans existed. Karen said that they did, and she said she'd make them available to the Historic Commission. So Karen did the due diligence that she told me she was going to do here. And final plans were available as of March. I have no idea whether or not the Historic Commission availed themselves of what Ms. Galligan told them. It's on tape. I'm not sure why the Historic Commission that supported enthusiastically this project in March at the meeting and offered to do whatever they could to make sure that we didn't lose the money, all of a sudden did a 180, but obviously they did. But that's all part of the record as well. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
All right, thank you, Mr. Healy. Mr. Dennington, you had brought this up at the last meeting to have some further discussion on potentially the layout of the park and whatnot. So we said we would put it on the next agenda. So I will toss it to you for some of what your thoughts were, and maybe even based on tonight, some thoughts you may have as well.
So thank you. First off, thank you for putting this, onto. I appreciate your putting on the next agenda item. And so, I mean, the perspective I bring to this is that I kind of came in the middle of this process. But one thing, because of the decision to not have the playground, there's kind of an empty space left right in the center of the plan. So hopefully we can, set aside some of the ill will that may have been generated, recently, and just focus on there. I see that as an opportunity I think that there should be a history walk as part of the park. And I think it's a, unique space right in the center of town. And I don't feel that I'm qualified to design a statue or a memorial or anything like that, but just conceptually, I think that one idea I would like to just toss out there is, this new Park would be an opportunity to have some marker that recognizes the Native American presence in Southborough. I think that it would be, appropriate in terms of its location. Also, the fact that I'm not aware of any other such memorial, or not memorial, it's not the right word, marker.
Recognition.
Yeah, recognition. So here's really an opportunity where, the qualifications and the talents that the historical commission has could really be very helpful in trying to fill out the content of the park. As I said, I don't feel I'm qualified to pick a particular design, but going forward, that's an idea I have, and I'm just throwing it out there to the board about. It also seemed to, and I want Karen's input on this, in the memo that she had to us, it sounds like this can be done without jeopardizing any of the funding. Karen, you said you don't have to put plantings in until next year. On page 8 of the memo, it talks about the center. If the board would like to change this, the ultimate items, amenities, and/or features within the circle should be discussed and decided on before the plantings are installed next year. So here's an opportunity where we have to kind of slow down the process a little bit and try to have the best park that we can. I think kind of maybe a model for it is like the triangular park that's at the intersection of Southborough Road and Corderville Road, where, even though I live in that area, I used to walk pre-COVID to the train a lot there. You may not see a lot of people actually kind of recreating in that area, but it's still a very good park, very visual appealing. So I think that's, in terms of looking at this positively instead of negatively, we should be looking forward to kind of an opportunity to create something like that. So that's my 2 cents.
So Andrew, I love being able to put some type of recognition to, what Southborough used to be. And I think that presents us with a great opportunity. As far as the plantings go, I know that Ms. Galligan has been working with the Open Space Commission on putting native plants in there. I know she's been working with Ms. Gillespie. So any discussions on those plants, I think, are already taking place in meeting the requirements of the bylaw. Karen, I know, again, before I go to Karen, is there any other comments that the board members might like to make to what Andrew has suggested? And Marty, go ahead.
Yeah, Andrew, and it just struck me as you were talking that you weren't a member of the board when this was discussed in the fall and in the early winter. Because first of all, I think whatever the actual, whether it's a monument, part of a walk or something like that, it's a great idea. But that was one of the main focuses, was to use this as connective tissue for, looking from the General Henry Knox monument down towards Main Street and connect it with a walk through this park area. Again, my understanding, looking at discussions that I thought were taking place from a positive standpoint, was that CPC funds were going to be used to address basically the shortfall. I mean, I know Karen, how many times did she bid this thing? 3 times, trying to get a price down so that the $290,000 would be able to accomplish enough of what we wanted to in the park area. And so I think, again, a very positive approach was to finish that work with CPC funding so that all of that connective tissue that we had talked about and that was part of some of the original discussions gets carried out. And I know my understanding is that the open space people have been deeply involved with, and I think excited about the prospect of the native plantings to sort of extend what they've already done in the library area. So Andrew, what your suggestion puts a nice big punctuation mark. I think what already were some terrific ideas with how to finish this thing off.
Lisa?
Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I'll reinforce Marty's comment. I think Andrew's suggestion is a great idea. I also think that, at least for me, the history walk is still an important follow-on piece here. And I think that it would be hugely important to do as much as we can to formalize the design, the structure of that as we go along. So in fact, work that's done on this park over the next 6 months or so here would wind up being consistent with what we'd like to do with the history walk. So we don't have to get down the road a while and say, oops, we should have done this with the park to make it work better with the history walk. So to me, it's really worth an effort to have as much progress as we can generate on what the history walk will be and what it needs to do to connect to this particular area, and make sure that's done as part of the work that's going to happen over the next months with this particular area. Thanks.
And Sam, as far as the history walk, I mean, we're setting up the ARPA committee, and I'm surprised that you didn't say that it might fall within the four corners of and I would hope that for the history walk that something would be submitted for the committee, along with all the other projects to review. So
only because I wanted to use that money for tax relief. Nothing.
You didn't want to use it twice in one meeting. Great, Sam. Thank you. Ms. Malinowski.
I think it's a great idea. I'd also be curious of the library staff's interest in it as well, seeing as they're going to be right next door to it. And, if they have ideas on how they would incorporate some of their programming there, I think that would be a value add too.
So I'm glad you brought that up, Chelsea, because the next place I was going to go was, Ms. Landry and I had kind of talked about the park today as well. And I'm going to bring her over in just a second. And she had expressed some interest in, if there is an opportunity to take a look at the park and see if maybe there's something different while we have this time before it's done. And if it falls within the four corners potentially of the funds that we've earmarked for the park, that, she would like to be a part, of discussions and of that process. So Chelsea, it falls in line exactly with what you said. So I just want to briefly, because I had told Ms. Landry when I spoke to her earlier today that I would bring her over and she could share, I kind of made it shorter, but I kind of shared her sentiments with the board. So I would like, Vanessa, if we could bring Ms. Landry back over, and she could share some of the conversation that she had with me today, because the library did meet today as well. So welcome back. It's been so long.
We can't go on meeting like this. I thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Andrew, especially for that fabulous idea, which seems to resonate with just about everybody who hears about it. I think it would be fantastic. I think it would get the whole entire town behind it at this point. If we could focus on the history that was there, the indigenous peoples. I can't speak for them. I'm not one. I'm one of the oppressors, unfortunately, but I think it would be a wonderful thing. And I know that we spoke about it in the library meeting today, and we're wondering how having that as an abutter to our property would be, would be to our, to our future. And I think this would be a fabulous way to go with it.
Awesome. And thank you, Marguerite. And, as the discussions continue on this, we would hope that you would stay involved in it as well. I think.
Thank you.
And-
Anything the library can do to help, I think I can speak for the whole board. We would love to do what we can. Never mind
Okay.
the staff who will be ecstatic. I'm sure they'll be very excited about it. Yeah.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Marguerite.
Thanks, Lisa. Bye.
Thank you. So I see Mr. Weishan does have his hand up. If we could bring him over. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. Michael, you are muted. Michael? You are muted, but I see there's two Michaels here. Vanessa, can we swap out? I don't know why there's two. Maybe he was on two different devices, but can we swap the muted Michael with the hand raised Michael? Thank you.
There we
Which
go.
Michael are we talking to? I see two Michael Weishans on my screen.
I know. It's a little scary. Sorry about that.
Cloned.
Can you imagine two of me? My God, you must all be in terror. I'm sorry, I was following this down in the kitchen while I was trying to run down and eat my dinner. That's the privilege of not being on the Board of Selectmen. You get to run out on these breaks. So I just want to correct for the record a couple of things. The Historical Commission received notice of these plans back in December. We received conceptual visions of what this was going to be. One of them was for a woodland playground. Another one was some minor version of what we currently have. In no way, in any way, did this resemble what we have wound up with, or did it note that there was going to be clear cutting of a half an acre? I'm happy to send this to you, and Mr. Healy, I would like you to retract that statement because that is completely inaccurate. I will show you the conceptual drawings that we got that showed you a woodland area full of trees. Our support was entirely for the history walk, which is a part and parcel of this that has been deleted out, while the funding has been shifted over to pay for sidewalks and road improvements and God only knows what else. If we look at the grant that we received from the Shared Roads Project or Shared Streets Project, it says for a history walk, 290,000 K. Where is our history walk? We never received any notification of this project going forward until the trees started coming down. The planning board was not consulted in any way, shape, or form. I talked to the CFO of St. Mark's. They had no idea that this was going to look as it did. So, to say that the Historical Commission in any way endorsed this level of desecration is pretty sacrilegious. Secondarily, this area is of extreme historical importance. This grant should have gone through Mass Historical Commission, which vets all of these expenditures through the state for historical damage to important sites. Because this was this Shared Streets grant, for some reason, even though it was through the Department of Transportation, this didn't go through the normal archaeological channels, which would have alerted us immediately to what was being planned here. You'll remember last year that when we had our disagreements about the old burial ground and the flying of these, what we consider to be racist flags in the old burial ground, that we notified you that there were numerous graves unmarked in the burial ground and around the burial ground on all sides. The only reason the ground radar survey didn't show burials on the northern portion, the St. Mark's lot, was A, that it wasn't town land, so it wasn't surveyed back in 2008, and B, it was forested. So, to have this project commence with no oversight, with no consideration to the relevant boards. You guys talk about, just saying, oh, we would love to have your input on the, historical walk. Well, we were trying to give you our input on the historical walk. And then suddenly we are clear cutting a half an acre. I am dismayed. I spoke to the chief of the Nipmuc Nation. I spoke to the CFO of St. Mark's. I spoke to many town residents. No one seems to be happy. Because this park design, first of all, I have so many questions on this on so many levels, where to begin. On the historical level, the fact that there was no archaeological assessment of this ground, which we know to have been a Native American burial area, before this work was done, is unbelievable. Here we are on Thanksgiving, week before Thanksgiving, at the time when we should all be acknowledging our debt to our First Peoples. And we have taken this plot of land without any archaeological exploration, which is a minor thing. It cost maybe $10,000 in a couple of weeks' time on this huge grant to assure ourselves that there was no native burials in this area. But instead, this thing just went right down the chute. I wrote you guys 2 weeks ago,
Michael, I'm gonna
to put a pause on this project. And I received no response. So, please don't thrust this on the Historical Commission or in any way say that this was our, we approved this. I also, as a taxpayer, have huge reservations about why we are spending public money on a privately owned lot by St. Mark's. We are making improvements to a piece of property we don't own. There are you guys have been talking about a budget crisis and how we're going to have higher taxes and we're going to have to be cutting back and all of these issues. And instead, we're spending our money to support a playground for St. Mark's. Now, granted, the playground has been chopped out of this, I understand. But the whole plan itself is just, a playground without a playground or a park without some point of it is ridiculous. And by the way, Andrew, I'm going to call you out on this. In my first letter to you on November 1st, it was I who suggested putting a Native American burial there. This was not your idea. This was our idea. And we've been in discussions for a long time to try to increase the First People's presence here. And, they have not been consulted at all. Where has the consultation been with the tribe?
So, Michael, I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second here. So before you go down this path, how long have you been on the Historical Commission and how many conversations have you had with the Nipmuc Nation to do something within the historic nature of the town through the society or through the Historical Commission, Michael? I think it's a pot hole in the kettle black here. I'm sorry.
I know.
But,
hey, Lisa, when is the last time you've been in the museum? We actually have a whole Nipmuc display.
But you're talking about a memorial.
Listen, I was the first one ever in the whole history of the Southborough Historical Society to call attention to the fact that there was not a single person of color mentioned anywhere in any of our displays. And I proposed and did not receive funding for a traveling exhibit that would have gone to our schools in the various areas of the Nipmuc influence, which extend all the way out to Mount Wachusett and our borderline here, that would have created a knowledge for our school children of what this is. So, I've been in the battlegrounds here.
So let's take it a step further though, Michael. You and I spoke last May during the election cycle. And I told you, did I not tell you, I thought it would be great to have the Nipmunks come to the town of Southborough to educate the people of Southborough on their history, on what was done. So
yeah, well, that's
again,
great.
It's not about who did what first. It's where we're at tonight, where we're at today. It's not about Andrew taking credit for something. It's about trying to do the right thing and putting, as Andrew said, putting the personalities aside.
Well, at Harvard, we call that plagiarism. But let's move on. I don't care who did.
Andrew, Michael, hold on 1 second. Andrew would like to say something.
I am very happy to have the idea of a Native American monument in the Pocket Park be a common idea that's shared by many other people who are active in the town. I think that the fact if there's an idea where people are competing to say it's my idea or it's my idea, that's usually a good thing. And I think if we're trying to focus here on the future, trying to have things work in a productive discussion instead of trying to argue about things that happened in the past, I would prefer to focus on making decisions that move things forward.
I'm happy to give credit to whoever credit is due. But the fact of the matter is, this whole park is a real problem as it's currently designed. It is on autopilot, and no one seems to be paying attention to the details. Now, you guys may not appreciate the work on our historical commission or the society or the other things we do, but I think you will acknowledge at least that I have some level of expertise in the area of landscape design, having written 4 best-selling national guides. I've reviewed these plans. I sent you some comments. They were pushed back and said, oh no, this has all been decided by planning board, said Ms. Gallagher. I called Mimi Luttrell. I said, Mimi, have you looked at these plans? She said, what plans? We don't even know what's going on there. And her comments was, this is required by the planning board. There's been some discussions with open space, but let me just ask you, just as an aside, does it make sense to you to create a park and a playground with a garden surrounded by stinging insects? I mean, these are two things that normally one keeps widely separated. And don't get me wrong, I am a huge proponent of this pollinator thing, and I have a very easy solution to it. We have verges all along our schools and public spaces that we could plow under into meadow and have pollinators galore and save a lot of money for the town in doing it. But that's a discussion for another day. But, there's been no discussion for this, and it doesn't get down to the basic level of my objection to this, that no one was consulted on any historical basic. The Nipmuc Nation wasn't consulted about this, that we marched around. Lisa, your comment last week was, we've been notified that there might be some potential problem, but we haven't discovered any problems yet. So, okay, I guess we're good. Now I'm paraphrasing, but what you're saying was, oh, we haven't dug up any graves yet. This is just bonkers to me that we have so little respect for these folks.
Michael, and I'm going to tell you, I take serious exception at that. I take serious exception at that based on my family's history. And for you to insinuate that I have no compassion or anything for Native Americans.
I didn't say compassion. What I said
it
was
doesn't matter.
Your comment.
My comment was at the time that you asked for a cease and desist, Michael, what did you give the town short of, I heard from a book? What did you give the town to give us something to do a cease and desist other
Lisa,
than I'm saying this?
Lisa, do you have any idea how these archaeological surveys are conducted?
I do. I had a nice conversation with Mr. Horn the other day.
Okay.
We talked
And so
extensively about the study that was done.
Yes, exactly. But can you tell me how an archaeological survey of this site would have been conducted post destruction of the area?
So again, this is becoming tit for tat, Michael, but my question
No,
to
it's not
you
becoming tit for that.
It is.
There are a lot of people, there are a lot of participants here in town, in these meetings that are really, really upset about this. And this has been handled in a way that is just, the communications have been so unbelievably poor. And again, this thrust the historical commission in this horrible situation of being, oh, we're yelling at you, we're doing this, in this negative view. That's not what we're here for. We were trying to support this history walk. We were trying to do this work. But beyond that, I'm going to get off and let you guys discuss this. But let me tell you that as a taxpayer, I also have huge problems with this project, that we are spending public money on a private property to make changes and improvements to a property that we don't own. I have a huge problem with this licensing agreement that you just proposed, that essentially says you're going to bring this to town meeting, because we as the town need to approve these easements by a 2/3 vote. So you're going to come to town meeting, and we just had town meeting 2 weeks ago, where this could have been presented to us clearly, transparently, and allowed everyone a chance to weigh in on this, when all of these discussions could have been had in an easy and logical fashion, and instead of the historical commission chasing after bulldozers which is literally what we've had to do. But instead, this wasn't put on the agenda. This was, this surprise thing, happened. And now we as voters are going to be asked to approve these easements that have irrevocable improvements on them. What if the town says no? Do you have to give the money back? I mean, I don't understand this whole process. And I'm just hugely disappointed. Lisa, I don't mean to offend you in any way possible. And I respect you as chair of this, I do. But this has been handled very badly. And we need to put a pause on this. We need some time to look and see if there's any archaeological work that still needs to be done. And this needs to be opened up to the townsfolk to have input on what this park should look like. Yes, it should have a Native American memorial, but as these white faces, are we going to make that decision? I certainly hope not. And we shouldn't be rushing because we need to have some funds spent before the 31st of December. I feel this whole project is being driven by the intersection and not by preservation of Native American burial grounds or history or education or pollinators or anything. It's all about the intersection. And something has gone very, very wrong here. I will let you ponder that, and I thank you for your attention.
No, Michael, before you leave, I don't know if any members of the board have anything to question, to respond, or just say thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. So, why don't we bring Karen in? We can talk a little bit about, she had provided us some information. And I think, Andrew, that gives us the opportunity. Hi, Karen. Welcome. I think it gives us the opportunity to, as we had kind of talked about earlier as well, being able to take a look at what we have in the park and potentially looking at maybe leaving it, maybe improving it, but getting some potentially additional feedback that won't affect the bids that have gone out, because the work, and correct me if I'm wrong, the work on the park isn't going to start until the spring.
The plantings, yes. The plantings,
okay.
A lot of the rough grading and will be done this fall.
This fall. Okay. So before we went down this path, you had sent us some information on the park. Do you want to briefly go over this? We'll let the board ask some questions to this.
I don't know what's easier to do. And to be clear, that the intersection is an important part of this project. This is a road project, and we are fortunate that we have money to put a nice park in this area. We're able to fix an intersection that's a problem, and we're able to add a park and do an aesthetic change and whatever else the town wants, which is not a DPW decision. I'm sorry, but we don't, that we maintain, but we don't design a park. That's just a benefit that we're getting for this intersection. We got shared spaces grant to do this, to have a nice gathering area for the town. And it's been incorporated into a larger project, which is an intersection project. So just be clear on that. So if you look at what I did send, because there were questions about what like the sidewalks or the walkways. So they are stamped concrete, they're colored. It does recommend a color in the plans. They did try to go with a kind of like I think a tannish color, I believe. The inner circle, right? If you looked at that the detail for that's not just the stamped edge, that's actually stamped throughout. Again, the garden areas are all native species. I did not say that the planning board agreed to this. I said that the planning board wants native species, open space, also has been working with us, and they had looked at this, and they do want to comment a little more and see if we can, because the DPW just made a space for them for a planting, native species planting area, and they are looking maybe to expand that depending. They haven't talked to library trustees fully on all that. But the idea is that we could, it links there. Basically, I think my understanding is that they're trying to link a bunch of these native species gardens and places together for pollinators. I don't think we're specifically trying to draw in hornets, bees, or whatever. I believe pollinators can also be hummingbirds and birds and small animals, right? But anyway, so the park itself, you saw, like I said, I put in what the walkways look like, the benches, and that is all there is right now. Now, whether I know people had talked, maybe we want to look at some sort of redesign rather than have a big open space in the middle. But the open space was originally because we were looking at the time, moving the playground from Highland Street, because there was a chance that building was going to be sold, right? That didn't pass a town meeting, I believe, but that was in the works. So if that was going to happen, we always had built, because DPW built that playground for that building. We did that knowing that we might need to move it someday, because the art center building has always been something that the town's kind of shifted ideas on. At one point it was art center, then, and at different times it's been, maybe we should get rid of it. And so we built that with that thought that we could move that. Other than that, I don't know that I have much more else to say. It would be more something that you guys have questions.
Okay, I will just add one thing that, Andrew, I think the right path is to move forward and how we can get the best park that we can there as well. So we'll go to the board to ask questions. I see we have a couple people with their hands up as well. Keep your hand raised if we will come back to you. So go ahead, Andrew. Any questions or comments for Karen? I think our path is clear. I think we're looking to see what we can still do to the park.
One question, Karen. So the plans show kind of circular walking paths around the circle. Is that something that needs to be done by the end of the year? What do you think about that?
So this project, the whole project, right, the whole various streets project, there's roadway maintenance money, there's chapter 90, and then there's the grant for this park area. Because the park integrates with the way the intersection is, I don't think that there's a problem if we still look at all this, because we've roughed in, and that money, there's drainage that does have to stay, right? We have a rain garden in there, but we need that drainage. So yes, if we needed to change things, I don't think it's a problem to do it. Does that answer the question? Did I go off on a row?
I think you did answer the question. That, for example, the layout of having the walkways and this, I'm not talking about the sidewalk, the walkways, but that doesn't need to be completed by.
No, sorry. No, it does not. No.
Okay.
Mr. Stivers. A question. I agree that, given all of what we heard, clearly, I think the focus needs to be on next steps here. And it seems to me, is it worthwhile to actually put a group together to specifically focus on park concepts, ideas, et cetera, to basically gather the people who ought to be involved in this process to provide additional input as the park plans are finalized here. Seems to me that would be a way to deal with some of the comments that we've heard tonight, that I've heard and others have heard independently, about how to get the best use out of this space going forward, and still have time to actually make modifications to how the park might be laid out or used, et cetera, in a way that, again, would be specifically inclusive of a variety of interests and issues. So I think it might be worth considering that going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Sam. Chelsea?
I was actually going to have a similar comment and maybe be more direct to Karen. What would be helpful for you, given your comments, to kind of move this along and give you the support that you need?
If the board wanted to put together a group that came up with something, we would, I mean, the skill set for DPW is not necessarily there, right? So the town would have to agree that have a landscape architect. And I know Mr. Weeshan has volunteered to do that, but I do think still it would be a good thing to have the town's consultant on that too. And you could do that. It's just something would need to be done and in my hands to be able to be built for the spring, and within the money amount that we have already allocated to
So
this
Karen,
whole project.
Sorry, Chelsea, if I can just jump in on that point. So I guess I'm not necessarily against doing that, but my concern is we have a limited scope of funds to be able to do this. And if basically they come back with a full redesign of the park, there's going to be costs associated with the plans and ADA compliance and everything else. So I would just caution that we put some guardrails up on this. If that's the path that the board wants to go down. And actually, okay. So I see Freddie's hand is raised again. So Marty, let's go to you, and then I'll bring Chelsea. Were you done? I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you.
Okay, Marty, we'll go to you, and then we're going to bring Freddie over.
Okay, hopefully I'm not stepping on what she's going to talk about. I mean, it just, I don't have a problem with making sure we get certain elements of this right, but I think we've gotten an enormous number of those elements right already. I mean, this design wasn't put together on the back of an envelope, and I mean, throughout the process when we had presentations about it, I think I could be misremembering, but I think we all thought that it looked great, and that the idea of the circular walkways and spinning off in one direction and coming up from the library, that was a terrific design for what we were trying to accomplish there. I hear it, Andrew. I thought your idea was a terrific one to incorporate some historical elements to that. I still think it's terrific. But the fact that that's a terrific idea, I don't think means that we abandon what we all thought were terrific ideas in the winter, spring, and summer. And I will tell you, I mean, a lot depends on whose ox is being gored. But I understand, and we've heard a lot of it tonight, that there are people who don't like the design. Or they don't like the way the design was come up with, or they don't like the process. I hear that. I disagree with them, but I hear them. But I also hear people who have seen these plans and think they're terrific. Now, they're not going to come out and complain to us and say, I just want to remind you that I really like these plans. I think Karen and her team did a terrific job putting this together. I think making sure that some additional elements, that some of them, unfortunately, we had to take out, get added in the right way, enhance them in a way that we think makes this as nice a park as we think it can be. But the idea of abandoning where we've come just seems to me excessive. So, and Freddie, I hope I didn't step on what you were going to say about it.
So Andrew, I'll go to you, then we're going to go to Freddie because she's had her hand raised. I agree, Marty. I don't know that I would be in favor of abandoning what we started, but maybe enhancing what we've done. I think there's a starting point here. And I think a lot of good things. And again, I think the library's input is important in this because I think it ties in with the projects that are being done at the library. And I foresee this park being used by people, families that go to the library, and then they bring the kids over and they may sit down, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think that input is very important. So Andrew, go ahead.
Just briefly, by asking the question about whether the circular walkways needed to be constructed by the year, I wasn't really advocating that we remove it. I share a lot of Marty's concerns.
Yeah, and I think too, Andrew, again, I'm going to go back to the ADA piece. I mean, we've discussed this, we've seen the reports, and we have an opportunity to do something that is ADA compliant, that a family may be able to utilize, a nice calming space. I mean, that's how I envision it. So, but that being said, let's bring, Vanessa, can we bring Freddie over, please? She's been relatively patient. Her hand's been up for a while. Go ahead, Freddie. You need to unmute.
Hi there.
Welcome.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Freddie Gillespie, Chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission. And I can feel for many of the comments that have been said here tonight about, many perspectives that have been voiced. I'm here only to speak on behalf of the Open Space Preservation Commission, which has been involved on the periphery of this project in one area only in what it relates to the work we're doing, and that is with the plantings in the park. We are, as a commission, we are not designers of park spaces, but we have been working with a professor, Dr. Robert G. Gere, since 2015 on incredible science that once published is going to make many more people aware of how important this is. But many people across the state in the ecological view are aware of the work that's being done here in Southborough and hold us up to great admiration for what we have accomplished and what we're doing. In fact, because of the work we do, I've been invited to chair a regional task force for 36 communities to replicate what we've been doing here in town. And some of that is what's going on at the library, at Breakneck Hill, and in other areas. So my point is that only to the plantings in the garden, first of all, we do these plantings to benefit pollinators, that benefit butterflies and animals on up the chain, and particularly up to birds, which are basically, we've lost 30% of our common backyard birds, 30% of the common backyard birds, not rare birds, common, in the last 50 years. And one of the main reasons is because they're starving. There's no food for them to feed the babies. And how do they get the food? They get the food from the insects, the butterflies that lay their eggs only on native plants. We have got to change our landscaping ethic. And this happens by having these display gardens that people can see, because these are not the plants they typically bring home. That's why last year we did a winter sow project where we distributed over 700 packages, hand packaged by your volunteers, that were collected from seeds in town, hundreds of hours of volunteer work. And I should come before you and give you a whole presentation, but I'm telling you this because some misstatements that are made. Stinging insects, these bumblebees are gentle. They don't come out and bite and sting children. And we will have signage, and people can avoid them if they have a child, that's allergic, because we have got to get back to this ecological connection, because we are basically killing our landscape and killing ourselves in the future. And I know that sounds a little bit drastic and a little bit over the top, but I will provide you links to books that will share this information with you, that we can't continue to just be living in sterile landscapes. And one of the things we have is the opportunity to use the benefit of this great research that's going on here in Southborough and implement it and show people the plants they can use, and to see butterflies and bees, yes, bees, in our own landscape for our own yards. And I'll say this, our native bees are not the ones that necessarily sting. It's the honeybees, which are non-native, and we're not planting for them. So I will say it's been a pleasure to try to believe that what we're doing at the library will be extended. We do love the idea of the accessibility. It's one of the things we look at. You have the new story walk at the library, which connects down to the garden area we're creating. And it's a habitat area that we believe is to be used as an outdoor activity center. And during these COVID times, if anyone is not aware of how important outdoor spaces are, I mean, you just have to be aware people are outside more. This will create a space, and that it connects to this new park is something I've talked with Karen about. We want to make sure it all fits together to connect from that park to the, we call it pollination preservation habitat. There'll be gardens and other plantings, and then on to the library grounds. So I just want to make it clear that we are excited about this. We don't, and I have to say this, I don't know what professionals you wish to work with, but when it comes to the plantings, landscape architects are not the people to go to, because they're the ones who have gotten us in the trouble we're in. They know the plants they know. The nurseries sell the plants they know. Every single time we're at the planning board to get plantings done, and we're saying they need to be native, and I get this is not a permitting issue on this park, but when it is, who's always the first one to say it can't be done? Can't be done. And guess what? Time after time, yes, it can be done. And St. Mark's is an example. They've had thousands of native plantings that they didn't know they would be happily planting at this point in time. So they had a turnaround, and it took a little bit of talking. So I just want to make the point that the native plantings for this project is a big part of it. I mean, it's not cutting down the trees, and it's not the hardscaping and all those other issues. But when it gets down to what are you going to plant there, you can plant all the native plants. The discussions are ongoing with Karen and whoever her consultants are. But don't take that out of this project, because it would be short-sighted for the benefit of all the other work, many volunteers in town. I won't tell you how many hundreds of hours have been put into the volunteer work at the library itself. We have kids coming from other towns to come and work with us. The charter school in Marlboro, the Advanced Science and Math Academy, or Math and Science, they've been there every single week since June. So I'm just going to say that there's a lot of benefit to this, and people taking advantage of the work. And we're going to have Professor G. Gear giving research based citizen science programs to students, hopefully to our students, people at the library, adults, children. There's art programs planned. There's a lot we can do with this. So, I'm hoping you will not backtrack on the support letter we provided from the very beginning. And I think that was part of this, pollinators, habitat. You need native plants to provide pollinator habitat. Thank you.
Thank you, Freddie. Much appreciated. All right, we're going to bring Marguerite Landry over quickly from the library. She wanted to comment quickly. There's a couple other hands raised, so we can move this discussion along, because I think we have a path in moving forward is to get input on how we can better improve what we currently have.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'll make this very fast because I know everybody's exhausted. A lot of good things have come out of this tonight. Maybe we've got a slightly different conception of what the park itself will look like. I think that's great. I hope that the library will be part of the discussion, since we'll probably be linked to a lot of what's going on at the park in terms of programs for kids and the pollinator garden. And I think it's a lovely kind of what's the word I want? Cooperative use of library and park ground. And so I hope we can move forward in a good way on this. That's it.
All right, thank you, Marguerite. And I think it's pretty unanimous on the board, from the comments tonight, that we certainly would like to see the library involved in these discussions.
Yes,
as
so
well.
if we could look at the design and be part of the design, Not to say we're going to move forward in a crazy way saying, oh, we want this, that, or the other thing, because I think we're pretty reasonable people and we know how to ask what we don't know so that we can get it done right.
Great.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you, Marguerite. Much appreciated. All right, we have 2 more hands raised, and then I think we have a path here, and we will move on. So let's bring over, I don't know who neighbor is, whoever you are, you need to state your name and address, please, so we know who you are. It looks like you're unmuted. If you could state your name and your address, please, for the record. We cannot hear you. Now you're muted. Unmute if you wish to speak. Maybe you changed your mind. Okay, and you remain muted. So I guess Vanessa will swap it out. We'll bring this. Oh, neighbor, are you there?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I just need your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Karen Hanlon Shimkus, Limerick Road. How are you?
Good, Karen. How are you? Welcome.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to back up for a second and just say I'm very saddened and a bit frankly upset at some of the comments that happened tonight. I'm kind of a fact-based person, and I start kind of at the beginning of things in terms of examining whatever an issue may be. So if you could just bear with me, I'm going to share with you what I hope you will find as helpful factual information. Any rate, I frankly, the reason I became initially interested was because I didn't know anything happened until the trees started coming down, which is similar to other comments that I've seen. I'm a little disappointed that tonight didn't address to me what seems to be the elephant in the room, which is the fact that this may well be a culturally sensitive area, labeled as the old burial ground, the Nipmuc site of burials on the town history book called Fences of Stone. And there's also a narrative in that book that matches the graphic that's located in the book. So the very fact that, starting at square one here, the very fact that this might be a cemetery, I think merited at least some discussion, given the fact that it's, displayed graphically in our own history book. And then the bulk of tonight has been talking about gardens and pavement and parking lots and, all kinds of things, when the first question to me is, couldn't we hit the pause button for 1 second and just figure out whether or not this really is an archaeological sensitive site, a culturally sensitive site? So that's question number one that I had. I went and looked at this reciprocal interim license agreement, and I'm wondering who wrote the agreement. Did town council write this?
So the agreement was written between councils, and Mr. Purple, you can correct me, between St. Mark's and town council.
I see. So I read it carefully, and it cites a parcel of land owned by the school located at the intersection of St. Mark's Street and Marlboro Road. I went and did a title search, and I don't see St. Mark's as owning this parcel. So that's, to me, is question number one: who owns the site? And I don't believe the town owns it. So I've uncovered a deed where it's a different party. So, but again, it's a question. It's the question. These are things that I think should be checked out. I'm wondering who did this basic due diligence. Do a title search. Who owns it? There was no plan attached to this reciprocal interim license agreement in tonight's packet. So it's hard to tell what this really is, except for the brief verbal description that we just gave, owned by the school. There were comments tonight about how wonderful this is, and it's been a widely public process, but I want to remind all the participants respectfully that this is a COVID era, and many members of the public just simply didn't know that this was a project, what the funding is, how it was conceived, until the trees started coming down. And I'm one of those people. So, and I try to keep up as best as I can. I print minutes every other week and keep up. So I want to also disagree about comments that, again, due to lack of due diligence, but I think if this indeed turns out to be a culturally sensitive area and a burial ground, I believe the perimeter can be saved. That has not been excavated. And I also spoke with someone who is an expert in, historical sites and archaeological sites. And because this is an area from the 1600s, frankly, I know how I would feel if somebody came and took a backhoe to my great-great-great-grandfather's grave. I'd be pretty upset. So I'd want to make sure first that we were doing the right thing, and that was not the case. So I, again, don't see the problem with hitting the pause button just shortly here, but I think the perimeter can be saved. And I also think, because we're talking about the 1600s, according at least to this expert, you're talking about 400 years of silt, leaves, ground area, et cetera, built up over graves that would have been 4 feet deep. So if we're talking 8 feet deep today, it is possible that there are existing graves that were not destroyed. And it is worth it, I think, to have the state archaeologists and the Mass Historical Commission back to talk about this. So again, to just summarize here, I'm not sure the land is owned by the school. If that's the case, the town just clear cut and raised trees on a site that it doesn't own and doesn't have a valid reciprocal agreement on. But again, all due diligence that someone needed to have done on day one. Okay, so ownership we've talked about. Now let's talk about the license agreement itself for a second. Again, needs to be vetted with, I would suggest, multiple attorneys who have this as a specific expertise, not attorneys who do not have this as their specific expertise. And I can suggest a site when we're done. A license generally permits the licensee to use a licensor's land for a specific use, and it can't be assigned, and it is terminable at will. So that's a phrase that you have to remember. It's terminable at will. That's not how this agreement is written. Okay, so no matter what the title says, it says interim license agreement, it contains a provision, number 13, that talks about 300 days notice. So that time constriction or restraint or requirement doesn't make it terminable at will. So therefore, it may well not be a license. It is in fact an easement. And what is an easement? An easement is a non-possessory interest in the land of another. It's an important distinction that an easement is an interest in land, and an interest in land must go before town meeting floor. So the way your agreement is written is something that is a big question mark that needs to be reviewed, I would suggest, by multiple legal experts. If you're looking for information on a license versus an agreement, you might go to a website called Norris McLaughlin, McLaughlin.com, and explains very clearly what a license is versus an easement. So I hope you find that information helpful. I pulled a deed that is, again, something that I think should be checked out by you folks. It's extremely concerning to me, but again, it's just something that I think was a prerequisite bit of due diligence that should have been done before the drafting of this agreement. So I leave that information with you. I hope you find that helpful, and hopefully somebody will go back and dot the i's and cross the t's. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Karen. So I'm just going to go back to the deeds, because I as well had gone back. I went back to deeds from 1871 on this parcel. And there was actually a plan of land, Karen, done, hold on, I'm going to pull it up real quick, by the St. Mark's trustees on March 18th of 1977. And they had actually given parcel A, which is part of the library now. It is, let me see if I can get the book and page for you quickly on this. Plan book 451. Sorry, I don't mean to go sideways, but I'm trying to read it sideways. Plan, it looks like 93. So, and there's deeds going back as well. So I do disagree, Karen. St. Mark's does own the land according to the deeds that I found as well. There was another deed done.
Could you give me that book and page again? I'm sorry.
Sure. Hold on one second. Karen, I'll send you the file. I'd be happy to email you.
No,
the file.
I just need the book and page. I'm good.
So it was filed on, sorry, I'm looking sideways, June 6, 1978, Plan Book 451. Book 451, it looks like Plan 93. And again, I'd be happy to provide it with you. I have it in a file.
And that was a transfer to whom?
So that was when there was transferring parcel A, which was 35,000 square feet. It went to the town, and it's what makes up the library parking lot and whatnot now. So, and it was from the plan of land for the trustees of St. Mark's School.
Who was the grantor? Sorry?
St. Mark, trustees of St. Mark's School.
No. Sorry, and grantee?
Hold on, let me pull up the actual deed. Hold on. I have so many deeds going back. Hold on one second. Going back to the 30s. So there was a deed for this, it was granted St. Mark's School of Southborough, Inc. They granted to the trustees of Southborough Library. That was book page 6474, and it looks like 39. I can't tell if it's 39 or 59. It's old. Again, I'm happy to forward you this information. It's all in one file.
So according to the deed you're citing, the owner would have been the transfer.
St. Mark's School of Southborough, Inc.
To the trustees of the Southborough Library.
Yep. For that particular piece of parcel, that was parcel A, and parcel B is the section that we're talking about now that was shown on the plot of land. So
good to know, because again, there's no legal description attached to the reciprocal interim license agreement in the package tonight.
Yeah, and again, happy to forward you the information, Karen.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
So that still just leaves the question about easement versus license.
So I don't know if I want to broach this. I'm not a lawyer necessarily, but it's an interim license that's in place until we go to town meeting. I'm looking at other members of the board to see if I'm stating that correctly. Yes, okay. So it will go to town meeting for the easement in the spring.
So that begs the question again from the public and myself as well. How is it that all of this work has happened, construction to really a full development without final site plans? And where are the agreements between St. Mark's and the town? I mean, it seems to me that this is all kind of after the fact, and then also going to town floor meeting, to the town floor at the next meeting as a fait accompli. It's already, finished construction. What if the town said, no, we don't think this clearly is within their purview, and no, we don't agree with this. I mean, let me put it this way. The only party, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's a question in my mind, this isn't up to the Board of Selectmen. It's not up to the DPW. It is up to the town residents, the voters of this town, as to how to use this site. You can't come to them after you finish the development and say, is this okay? Again, just one point of view.
All right, Karen, thank you. Much appreciated. And I will get you that information as well.
Yeah, it just seems backwards to me. And to me, again, it's just a common sense, what happened here.
All right.
And again, the way this is written, it does have a time constraint in it. So that makes it different from a license. It appears to be an easement. So thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you.
I point you back to Fences of Stone. I've spoken to the author. He stands by his research, and there are other sources that support the fact that this may well be a Nipmuc burial ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. All right. Ms. Fiore, I'm just going to ask if you can add anything that hasn't already been brought up as a concern to the board. Are you there?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. You were muted. So I know that I know that you have been asking some questions of the DPW and Mr. Purple, and I think that Mr. Weishan and Ms. Shimkus have covered a lot of the concerns that you had. So I'm going to ask, only because of the late hour, if we could stick to anything new that they necessarily haven't brought up already.
I can try, certainly. Sure.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
So first of all, I thank you for the book and page that was quoted earlier for this property. I only looked at the current information, and the parcel on the assessor's map, which is assessor's plan, which is map 54, lot 8, is claimed by St. Mark's, and it is represented on their 3 ABCs that are filed by all nonprofits in the town. So they do agree that this property belongs to them. And I also read the license agreement, see adjustments to easements, and perhaps this was also just discussed, but I don't believe this means the property is actually transferred. And the board expects the town to approve at town meeting a completed project. So doesn't that infringe upon our rights as voters to approve or disapprove of a project? And if the park is being built using funds granted to the town of Southborough, on land that will continue to be owned by St. Mark's, are we really using money granted to Southborough to build a park on land that St. Mark's does now and will in the future own? And is that appropriate? And finally, in February, I did ask this in the comments earlier, but didn't really get an answer that I know of. In February, Ms. Galligan was quoted as saying that the $290,000 from the Shared Streets and Spaces grant would not be used to move the road, and that other money would be used. But I was also under the impression that current Chapter 90 money was already expended. And this evening, she said that the park is, quote, a benefit we are getting for this intersection, unquote. I'd be interested in some clarification here. Is there a public budget that details what money is and will be spent and where it is coming from? Because I have not seen that in any of the paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen, do you want to, I know that it was, we had discussed the Chapter 90 monies and the shared street monies at our meetings as well. So I don't know, Karen, if you want to add anything to that at this point, or, obviously the board is taking all the feedback that we're getting into consideration as well. So the park is, again, correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, the road work is being paid for by Chapter 90 money.
Yes.
Okay.
And when you approved when we did the whole approval project, we had it laid out, so it's in your packet of where all the money for the entire various streets project is coming from.
Okay.
Is that public information? And where?
It's in the packet.
I didn't
That's
see a
public on the
budget
website.
packet. In which packet? The packet for tonight's meeting?
No. The packet for the prior meetings, Karen, where we discussed this? I'm just trying to be clear.
For when the project was awarded?
Right. Okay.
The project for the history walk was awarded?
When the project, the various streets project, which is the current project that is in the town in various streets, and this is part of it, as we've said earlier.
So that's not the
whole piece
shared
was awarded,
streets
when
and
that was
spaces.
all awarded, we laid out exactly what was in there. Shared streets was part of it for part of that project. It's a multi-million-dollar project, or
right.
It's a lot bigger than just this intersection.
If it's in a prior packet.
Was it the August 17th?
August,
Was
it's August 17th. Thank you. If you go back to our August 17th packet, you should have that information.
It starts on page 16.
Thank you. Okay. All right. That being said, I think, again, I appreciate all the feedback that we've gotten from people on this. Ms. Ferry, thank you again for commenting as well. I think we have a path that we're going to look to, obviously, open space, the library, and, Andrew, I know that you had mentioned historical, whomever. I think we should put a group together, and Andrew, I would hope that you would be interested in being involved in those discussions and moving the discussions forward.
Sure.
Okay. Oh, I volunteered Andrew for something. That's great. Okay. Next up on the agenda. So continued discussion of police chief request for additional full-time communications officer. And again, thank you to the public for all the comments that we did receive. And if we could bring the chief over. Hack it back together. Good evening, Chief. How are you? Welcome. You're muted. So I know you had given us some additional information for our packet, and this is kind of a continued discussion from our last meeting regarding the need for a 5th dispatcher. Do you want to go through some of the information briefly that you provided us for our packet?
Sure. First, thanks to the board for continuing the discussion. Really made it clear that I needed some more information, and I hope I provided that. I went to go look at the schedule sheets, and we do keep track of it electronically as well. The sheets that I sent over, I looked at them and I kind of saw that a picture tells 1,000 words. That's a working sheet that we keep in the OIC's office, where we track the schedule for the week and pencil in overtime. So that's the handwritten document, and you can see by page 1, we were down 1 of the 4. So you can see how many overtime shifts that we had to fill, along with the open shifts that the schedule created by only having 4 full-time. And then you move on to page 2, where you see where that vacancy is filled. And then finally to page 3, where we can eliminate all the open shifts. And as you know, none of that accounts for union time off on all of those sheets. So that would be where would we be backfilling from that point. But I think from the correspondence that's gone back and forth, you've seen that, and Sam was totally correct. You need 5 just to have a bare minimum to fill all the shifts for a 7-day period. Also gave you some financials, little rosier picture. I think we're projecting about 32,000. However, by being able to schedule a regular person, into those slots will save a decent amount of money. So that brings it down to about 18,000 roughly for the rest of the year. I think that's a workable number. That's not taking into account the possible new hires, time off. Certainly it'll be limited as a new hire. So that number should be pretty strong. So I'll just open it up if you guys have any questions. Hopefully that the new documents made the need clear, or clearer, I should say.
Thank you, Chief. Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I do have a few questions. On when you hire a part-time dispatcher, what do you hire them at for an hourly rate? Is that
Right
the
now,
minimum?
we've been going with either $21 or $22 an hour.
Okay, so it is less than your full-timers, right?
Yeah, it's between, I don't know, maybe $1, $2, $3 an hour less. However, they're filling it at that rate. When a regular fills the open shifts, they're filling it at overtime rate.
Mm-hmm. Right. So do you think that we're at the right pay scale for incentivizing a part-time dispatcher?
Well, you kind of have to tread a little lightly. You can't pay the part-timers more than the full-timers are making. I would say, looking at it, I think we're probably, for the area, we're on the lower side of average with the full-timers. So some of them might have some experience somewhere else, but like I just stated, you can't bring part-timers in and pay them more than the full-timers. So that's where we're at right now.
Okay. And did you relook at your budget to see if there's anything that you can do to cover the incremental cost of having a full-timer?
Yeah, I think we saw that in filling those open shifts, that'll cut down on my overtime cost. So we can take that into account. So I think the number is more close to 18,000 for the rest of the year. And then we'd also have to project that into next year's budget. But certainly it's a lot better number than the 32,000 that we had originally quoted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand the need. I think I'm still struggling with, I firmly believe that we need to have town meeting weigh in on adding a new position. And so I'm struggling with, first of all, being able to add a position mid-year and without town meeting approval. And then what do you do if town meeting doesn't approve it in March? And secondly, I understand that the 18,000 number is better than a 32, but we still need $18,000 to cover it. So
I think we went over last meeting that I'd be willing to use the Harvard money. Hopefully the fire department is willing to chip in on that as well. But I think that we'd be able to cover it, using the Harvard money to get through the rest of the year. I know that there's a benefits concern on the other side. Hopefully, my anticipation is we're going to get good news on that one of the proposed hires coming in won't be taking the healthcare. Certainly year over year that has to be looked at, but I think in the immediate time frame, that's not as much of a concern as it might have been a couple weeks ago when we first discussed this.
Thank you.
Mr. Haley.
No, I'm good on the information. I guess, Chief, except for one question. Well, first I'll give you my premise. I am very uncomfortable generally. I mean, public safety is a heightened concern for a municipality. But it's not the only concern. And we have been pretty rigid, at least tried to be pretty rigid with various departments about adding positions. And it is very uncomfortable for me to make an exception in this instance to add a position mid-year. It doesn't mean that it can't be done, but I am not there yet. And I just think the precedent it sets, the message it sends to other departments in town is not one that I'm comfortable making right now. So that is the premise for my question, which is, assume you don't get what you want. How are you going to handle the dispatching?
I had hoped that I made it clear 2 weeks ago. The emergency nature of the immediate request is certainly, you know, in my time here, I don't think you've ever seen me come and ask for something so important to request it mid-year, to give up my Harvard money, to do anything I can to get this accomplished. I can't stress enough what a specialized position this is, and you just can't put anybody in there. And if we don't get it filled, it can certainly turn into a real emergency, not having people certified for the position. And then we're going to have to start looking at taking, you know, regular police officers and probably firefighters to do the EMD dispatching and take them off of their regular job and put them in those positions. Like I stated a couple of weeks ago, it literally takes 2 to 3 months to hire somebody and train them and get them seated at that position solo. That's what I'm looking at. We just can't lose any more people and be able to fill it. Times have changed. I don't have part-timers that are willing to pick up 40, 50 hours a week. I just don't have it right now.
So I hear your statement of emergency. If you don't get the position, what are you going to do? How are you going to fill? What are you going to do in terms of dispatch? What is the plan? The plan simply, Chief, can't be, I'm going to get it. Therefore, I don't have to consider what happens if I don't. What happens if you don't?
I think I just stated it. You know, we'll make do with what we have, and hopefully we don't have any full-time employees quitting because of the forced overtime continued. And if push comes to shove, we're going to have to take police officers and possibly firemen and have them fill those positions while we look for replacements. And I'm sure that'll cause problems on the unions on you know, those two other entities.
Okay. All right, I'm good.
Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. I guess I'm on the other side of uncomfortable, as Mr. Healy expressed. I am uncomfortable, but I'm prepared to support this. It would have been hugely better, Chief, had we had this conversation before the current year's budget started and been able to figure out how to match this with other pressures and come up with a solution that didn't result in the emergency here. I'm convinced of the need, the value of the staffing here. And I guess, again, I'm supportive with the proviso that I would strongly urge you to continue to look for other ways to fund this. You mentioned the Harvard money, which sounds like a good option, and maybe the fire department can come up with some contribution here too, would be great, and anything else you can think of. And then that puts us into another position in terms of the FY23 budget process that we'll have to figure out what this means for that, which again, as folks have commented, is going to be a challenge to start with, even without this. So it heads for a difficult position, but again, near term, it seems to me it's something that I can support. So thanks.
Andrew.
So I can support this funding request. I thought that the schedule, Chief, that you showed, showing the how the slots were being filled and backfilling the positions with a lot of overtime, that was useful to me to demonstrate it. It sounds like you have a way to fund the position for the balance of FY22 within the existing budget, which is important. And then I would just reiterate that, I was on the advisory committee. I still don't remember whether it was 1 year ago or 2 years ago, where you came with the big request for the 2 additional positions. And, when this first came up, I kind of asked, well, why didn't we hear about it then? And you said it takes time to build these requests over time. I understand that, but because I think that you do have a track record of, you don't ask for things unless you feel like you really need them, to just encourage you to please, if there's anything else like this, to just get it out on the table, so that particularly as we face a additional budget challenges for FY23, we know them over the next couple months, right? Because there is definitely an awkwardness of having a funding like this that comes in the middle of the year. So hope you please keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. So I have a couple questions, Chief. So I know we just added a part-time dispatcher tonight. So how many hours are you anticipating her being able to fill on the need that you have?
So this kind of comes full circle in the discussion. So we're looking for more part-timers. Interviewed this individual, and she would be my choice if we do get the 5th position. So I'm kind of trying to move the ball forward and hopefully get her background and the checks and everything in place. But the people that you interview now, they'll tell you, and she's told me she's looking for a full-time position. She'll look to help out in a part-time position, but they just can't dedicate or be forced or work certain shifts that are open. So that's what you're facing with all the part-time hires that have come through. They can't dedicate to the training or the hours. Like I said, it takes 200 to 300, at least 300 to 400 hours to get them in a solo position. The model worked for a long time, and it's been going downhill, and we're just not getting those part-timers, which has always been the model to fill. They're not available to work.
So is Alyssa then not coming from somewhere that she has some level of training and you're starting at ground zero with her?
Yeah, pretty much. She's done a little bit of EMT rescue dispatching in another part of the country. That would just be, she would be a little bit comfortable, behind the mic, but it's still ground zero. The part-timer that we hired a few months ago was fully certified in Grafton. We brought her over. It still took multiple shifts to integrate her in what we do, what the fire department does, doing EMD dispatch, which they don't do in Grafton. And like I said, it just takes tons of training and repetition, because when they sit there alone, they have to be totally proficient to sign off on them.
Okay. So, I mean, I have some of the same concerns with mid-year, and I guess we just had a town meeting, and not knowing in advance of town meeting that there was an issue. My hope would be to find some part-time people to fill these roles. So even in the interim, so, going into the budget season for next year, the opportunity would be there. I mean, have you even considered reaching out to some of the past dispatchers that have left that might be interested in putting in some part-time hours in Southborough?
Well, the one that we have coming back, Brittany, she's returned. The ones that have worked in the past, no, I wouldn't be interested in asking them to return for some part-time hours.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Chelsea, did you want to add?
So I just had a thought. So, my biggest hang up, other than it needs to be funded in the current budget, is adding a full-time position mid-year. So I think what I would be more comfortable with is maybe doing a temporary employee until town meeting. And then depending on how town meeting votes, then flipping it after town meeting, but still in FY22.
How would you fund it though, Chelsea?
Through, well,
The same,
well, I think that we still need to vet through Harvard funds and how those are earmarked, and making sure that we don't cause an issue down the road. But if it is able to be funded fully that way, I would feel more comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable adding a permanent full-time position mid-year.
so I'm not either. I will tell you, I have plans to go and sit in dispatch. Maybe that will give me a new perspective as well on the emergence of this. I don't know, Chief, if the full board is willing to do this tonight. We can certainly, I think Marty's made his intentions clear. I think Chelsea wants to explore a little bit more. And is that fair to say, Chelsea?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm on the same path. I mean, we can certainly bring this back at another meeting and give us the opportunity to look a little further and work with you a little further and see if we can reach a resolution. Marty, go ahead.
Yeah, Lisa, just to follow up, I'm not as creative as Chelsea, but I think her idea is a good one. And the reservation she has, Chief, we don't know what's going to happen in the fall. The working assumption is it's not going to be pretty from a budget standpoint. And the idea of putting a new position heading into the budget season sends a bad message by me to myself that I can't be disciplined about this stuff. And I think it also sends a very bad message to both the other town departments, but also to the taxpayers. They want us to be disciplined about this stuff. And if they end up approving a position at town meeting, then we all live with that. But putting ourselves on a path that embeds that position mid-year, I'm just not willing to go there.
Yeah. So I go ahead, Chelsea.
Sorry, just to clarify, it's mid-year because of where we're at in the year. I'm uncomfortable because town meeting didn't vote it. So if this had come before us at fall town meeting, I would have felt differently. So it's just, I think based on the time in the year, that's why I said mid-year, but it's really town meeting.
Yeah. So, Chelsea, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Chief.
I just think the history of it, I basically got a surprise opening. We knew that there was going to be a lot of hours to cover. I had a meeting with the dispatchers union and got an extreme concern that the model wasn't working anymore for all of this overtime. And I could have had a serious problem. And that was probably on a Wednesday. And I submitted that letter for the Board of Selectmen's meeting on Friday. That's why the information was limited. But I was looking at a real serious problem right away. And like I said, we have one person who sits in that position, and they have to be fully certified and ready to go and trained to serve both departments for the whole town of the emergency service calls coming into the department. So this is just something where the staffing model was never where it should have been. And I think Marty had asked me what's changed. The whole employment market has changed in the last year and a half. And I'm just not getting those people that are willing to come in and train and work there. And it's tough to have your union people just say, hey, you're just forced to work these hours. But if anybody wants to come in and have one-on-one discussions with me, this is a point where I have to have people that are able to sit there. So we'll do the best we can with what we have, and we'll do it now. But I just haven't gotten a good job to explain, the need for this position to have somebody there. And like I said, I just ran into it. I've been interviewing, and I have this person who's ready to take a full-time position, but she's made it clear, I'm looking for a full-time position. And everybody else who's looking for part-time, they'll tell you, maybe I can give you a day a week, 2 days a week, 2 shifts.
Chelsea,
I'm willing
sorry.
to discuss further at another meeting, but I wouldn't be here, repeatedly asking if this wasn't a serious need. I just can't afford to lose any more of the people that we already have.
Okay. Chelsea, and your suggestion that looking into Harvard and temporary, is that something that we can do? And I think Marty's interested in hearing that. I am as well.
I think I need to work with Mr. Purple on identifying if that's a viable option. And I'm happy to do that within the next couple of days.
Okay. So
before the end of the week.
Okay. Sam?
Lisa, question. I think that's an interesting suggestion, Chelsea, and question for the chief. If we were able to come up with a plan that says we want to have a temporary position here that's funded through the remainder of FY22, is that something that you think you could convince your current candidate to be comfortable with contingent on town meeting action next spring for continued funding? That would make it harder, I would think, but is that something you think you could sell?
When you talk about temporary, and we've had that, I remember Kyle DeVincent, who's now the union president, he had filled in for a long time. We had a dispatcher who was in the military for extreme amounts of time, and then they made him, I don't know what it was called, part-time, full-time. So I don't know what goes with that position, whether it comes with benefits or I'm not sure, kind of the whole package that we're talking about. But, I just don't want to risk investing 2 months of training in somebody and then, the next town over hiring them either.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So Chelsea, if you could do that, then we'll put it on for our next agenda.
And Mark,
Marty?
I don't know if you have anything that you want to say now, or if you want to work with me offline.
So my only, we discussed using Harvard money and to support this position. And I think one of the things that I've tried to do since I've been here and with Brian is to try to get one-time money out of supporting operational budgets. And I know that we've received money donations from Harvard every year. And it's been pretty much, without fail, even though their use on that property has changed dramatically. And still we receive funds. I would have some trepidation at looking at using Harvard funds as a continuing source because, look, if you use it now, I think that if we're looking at this for 23, people are going to, want to think about using Harvard funds moving forward to help supplement the budget. And I would have some concerns about that. And I think as a long-term strategy, the chief may have some concerns about that. I'm not going to speak for him, but that's the only piece I think I'll say on that for now.
Okay. So I think Chief we'll have you come back at our next meeting and hopefully, we'll have a clearer path for you.
All right, I appreciate it. And I would also encourage, I know Lisa's going to come in, but any other board members, if they want to come in and spend an hour or two down at dispatch, or I can show you, the budget and some of the grant monies that we have coming in. I do recall a few years ago, we had a Citizens Police Academy, and we had brought everybody in, and we had them observe dispatch, and for only about 10 minutes or so. And it was a good time. It was actually just a little bit busy during that time, and they were absolutely amazed at the multitasking that was taking place in front of them. And they all said they had no idea how involved it was. So it might be a little bit informational for both of us, just to show you what goes on down there. So I invite you all to make an appointment and come down.
Awesome, Chief. Thank you.
All right.
Much appreciated. All right. Next up, review of draft charge for ARPA committee. Mr. Purple had provided and crafted the charge. The only thing I would ask the board to consider on the charge is, I think looking at ARPA and the discussions on potentially using capital for ARPA, I would hope that we would consider putting a member of the planning board on this as well. I think it goes with having a member of EDC. I think it would make a lot of sense. And I guess even if that meant going down to 2 citizens at large, I would be okay with that. Again, based on some of the things that I know are going to come up when we're talking about ARPA funds for. So thoughts on that? Go ahead, Chelsea.
I think it's a great idea.
Andrew? Okay.
What do you think about, there might be some overlap here, someone who's on the master plan committee?
I think that's a great choice. You mean planning board and master plan?
I agree. We can ask that suggestion. And actually, isn't it funny? There's somebody that fills that role is sitting in the audience right now.
Amazing coincidence.
Can we do that? Can I like volunteer someone in the audience for, we can certainly.
I don't know, Lisa. Somebody watching this meeting at 10:31 might think they want nothing to do with anything that the Board of Selectmen, whatever we are, organizes.
I agree.
But I'm fine with dropping from 3 to 2.
Okay, so we could certainly send a note, Andrew, to planning board and ask if, again, having the master plan and, the planning experience would bring great value to the ARPA funds. We'd be happy to send a note out to the chair.
Lisa?
Yes, Sam, go ahead.
I had one more thought on that one. Should we actually include vice chair and secretary on the list of officers? It just says chair now. Seems to me that would be useful.
I think you're probably right, Sam. Is everyone fine with that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Other than that, just go ahead, Andrew. Nope, go ahead. We're going to go around, Chelsea. So
got it.
Go ahead, Andrew. You can start.
2 comments, suggestions under duties.
Sure.
The committee is being asked to provide recommendations on the expenditure, and then I think it would also be interesting to have a recommendation on the timing of the expenditure, because we have 3 years to spend the money, right? So there might be some benefit to getting expertise on the timing of when you would spend, when you would actually spend money on some of the recommended projects. And then I just wanted to get everyone's thoughts on the 4th duty, where we're asking for developing an evaluation tool to rank proposals. I don't know whether ultimately, right, it's the select board that's going to make the decision about how to spend the money. So it might be kind of awkward if this charge committee comes and they have rankings 1 through 7, and really what I feel like would be the exact opposite. I want number 7, number 1. Would it make more sense to just get a list of 5 or 6 different projects, and then ultimately, right, it's the select board that's going to decide how we ultimately rank them, right, by how we vote on them. Again, this is not a feeling that I have that's particularly strong, so I just throw it out there to see how other people feel about it.
So kind of playing that, Andrew, I know we talked about Jennifer being involved in working with the ARPA committee as well.
What about a
I do-
scoring, like a scoring grid
Yeah.
versus?
I'll jump in here because again, I
Yeah.
was just trying to put everything that I could think was important into this. And then, the board can decide what you want to pick out, what you want to do. My thought here was to try to have a way so that you could understand how the committee looked at the proposals they were given and how they may have, determined this has more value to the community. This is a better use of spending the money, and how they, so the board had some ideas how they got to that point. I completely agree with you that it's going to be, well, we think this is number one, and Andrew, in your book, this is number 4, and it does come down to the Board of Selectmen, which is why I think the board decided at your last meeting to take all the selectmen off of the committee and take your input out of it in the first phase when you know that you've got the final say. So I'm not wed to anything in here. I was just trying to set you up with some thoughts about this as to how you may want to do and what to do.
I guess my reaction is whether or not we ask them to do it or not, they're going to come up with some rationale for ranking things. So, I mean, instead of telling them they have to, that the committee shall consider tools to rank. I mean, if they choose not to, but it's inconceivable to me if I'm on that committee, I'm trying to come up with some mechanism for saying, this is what we think is 1, this is what we think is 7, as opposed to here's 7 things that we're considering, you guys decide, even though ultimately this board decides.
Right, Marty,
Anyway,
too. I think on that point, we're talking about having public forums. And I would hope that through the public forum process, if something had, came in surveys, came through the process as kind of a standout item, that we wouldn't know that unless they were ranked in some way.
Lisa, I agree. I think that it would be helpful to have committee's input on how they recommend ranking, because I think there are a lot of different ways you could rank. I think everybody has seen what I've seen in terms of solicitations that have coming from people who have ranking systems for this stuff. And I think that would be a very useful input to understand how others out there are actually doing the rankings, might come up with ideas that we hadn't thought of in terms of how you consider this. So to me, again, ultimately, certainly our decision, but I'd be interested in trying to learn from the committee and other outside players in this process, how people are thinking about ranking, and then we can accept it or not.
Yeah, I agree.
So along the lines of what was suggested by Mr. Healy, we replace the word develop with consider the use of, which then gives the committee the latitude, but kind of an understanding that they should be finding a way to evaluate and kind of, grade the different proposals that they're presented with.
I'm good with that.
I like it. Yeah.
Chelsea, you good with that?
I'm good with that. I have 2 other comments.
Sure. Let me just, Andrew, are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, go ahead, Chelsea.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, before you start, one clarification. Mr. Stivers, in the 3rd bullet on determined organizations, you want to add and vice chair to the chair?
Vice chair and secretary had suggested.
Okay. All right, sorry, I'm good.
Go ahead, Chelsea.
On the 3rd bullet on duties, can we update public hearings to be public forums?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this kind of gets back to, I forgot who said it earlier, maybe Andrew or Sam, on should we be saying select board instead of board of selectmen, or are we not that yet?
We're still in waffle world.
It's been voted on. We are the select board.
Yeah.
I agree. Now granted, there may be someone somewhere who says, aha, they're running wild again, calling themselves something when they're not. But I think we're good saying select board.
Okay. Yeah. So can we just so I think we just need to try
be
to
consistent,
update. Yeah.
Everything. Yeah.
I know.
I agree. My email says select board. I'll say that. I changed it. I did.
Oh,
Me too. All the
Um,
town,
so-
town letterhead is now trash.
Oh,
Reprint.
Yeah, the good news is we don't buy letterhead, we print it. So I'll go in, I'll change the heading
perfect.
and you know, we don't waste money on that anymore.
Okay,
Excellent.
No bond paper.
awesome. Chelsea, did you have anything else on that?
oh, that was it.
Okay, Sam, did you have anything else?
All set.
Marty? Lisa, no. Okay, so I would ask the board then to, I make a well, do we have a motion to approve the draft charge for the ARPA committee? And actually, let me take that back. Let me rescind that question. Go ahead, Mark. I think we're gonna go next to, we need to
I
advertise.
just wanted before, excuse me, before you did that, I just wanted you to clarify the membership again. If you
So
could-
it's gonna be 2 residents and 1 planning board member / master plan member. We'll put it in there. We'll see what we get. Because there's actually 2 planning board members on master plan in different roles, but yes. So, okay,
Is it a planning board and or master plan?
Andrew, that was, yeah, okay. He's saying thumbs up, sure. So let me just ask the board, do we want to put this out for 2 weeks? So we can get them going and get started? We can put the advertisement out tomorrow? We're good with that? Okay. So then I will ask the board, do we have a
So,
motion?
sorry, are we,
Go ahead.
do we just email, Mark, will you just email the chairs of the committees that were identified and then the 2 at large will be advertised?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Is there, in the last bullet under duties, is there any thoughts on filling in the blank? As to when you'd like to see something back from the committee as to what they're looking at?
On or
Or
before,
even an interim report, because I know that this could be a longer process.
why don't we say 6 months? That gives them time with the holidays and trying to get forums done. Sam?
Even sooner, maybe a little bit. I don't know.
I know, but with the holidays, I think it's going to be tough if you sit them, say at our next meeting, we interview and sit. You know, to get a meeting together in December with the holidays, I think it's going to be tough. I think maybe we put a March 31st. You know, that
How
gives.
about
them
if we say not later then? And then if they are able to get their work done more quickly,
yeah,
and we can encourage them to do that.
Okay. So what date do you want to go for, Marty, then? For
This is the May 16th.
perfect. Everybody good with that?
Sure.
Okay.
All
right.
The only, sorry.
No, go
And-
ahead.
And I don't know that this would change my opinion, but I just want to be cognizant of when annual town meeting would be, the assumptions were, and I'm not advocating that we should use ARPA funds for offsetting the tax rate in FY23. But if we think we have an intention of doing that, do we want to know that before town meeting? Now, we don't have to know that before town meeting, but is it helpful to know that before town meeting?
Yes.
Could be. Yeah.
I think we're covered if we say no later then. Am I on mute? No, I'm
Yeah.
not.
Nope, you're not.
March 15th would put a deadline before town meeting, certainly.
Yeah, but well, I don't care.
Well, I guess, okay.
Chelsea,
see
give
what
us a date. Give us a date. We'll go with your date, Chelsea. What do you think?
Well, I think you could keep it May 16th if the board wants to give Ms. Malinowski the opportunity to add another sentence at the end, or give her a literary license to add another sentence with me that essentially addresses the fact if there are items that need to be addressed by, you know, that have an impact, or, you know, something along town, you know, with town meeting, then, you know, there may be something that needs to happen before then.
All right, I'm gonna try this one more time. Do we have a motion to approve the draft charge for the ARPA committee as presented tonight, with Ms. Malinowski having the authority to work with Mr. Purple to add language based on potential use of monies for town meeting items?
As it presented and amended tonight, right?
Thank you. Okay, I was close. I was close.
Lisa, could you repeat that?
No. Not in 1,000 years. It's 10:43. No way.
So moved. So
And it-
moved.
Second,
So moved.
and including the
right.
possibility of an asteroid strike.
Mr. Dennington.
Aye.
All right, Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy. Marty.
Didn't I say
I think you're
aye?
on-
I thought I did.
You did. I didn't hear you. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Brascia, aye. Okay, good. So we're getting there real quick. So the next up is we had discussed this at our last meeting. And I know Kat has hung out, if we could bring her over. And if she could just briefly talk about, she had made a couple changes. I know we've all read it. I know we kind of, some level of took a position on it, but we can certainly vote with the language. Good evening. Oh my gosh, you're a trooper for hanging around.
Yeah, Catherine, what were you binge watching during our meeting?
This was one of the better meetings. Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Thank you for your work.
Very, very sad.
All right, Kat, so if you just want to talk about briefly the changes, I know they were minor in nature relatively. If you want to just touch on those quickly, and then we'll see if anybody has any questions for you on them.
Sure. So you've read the draft. What we tried to keep it with the spirit of the original one and not go crazy, because we can do some changes as far as, creating the different positions and stuff if we go to town meeting at the bylaw and change the bylaw. So we just kept it simple. And we tried to address, I had spoken with the Attorney General, the Mass Attorney General, to check in to see if we could help address the open meeting law. And so we have in a footnote here, and I don't know if this is the right way to approach it, but we attempted it to, we now better understand how open meeting law applies to the voting members and how the responsibility falls on the voting members to be responsible to ensure that the open meeting law is not violated. So that was the intention of the footnote, to ensure that the voting members are fully responsible for keeping ourselves in check and not deliberating with non-voting associate members should that pass.
Okay, so any questions on this? I actually have a question. So we took a position on this at our last meeting. So essentially tonight, I'm trying to think through what it is. We don't need to vote on this because the board voted at our last meeting to allow associate members.
No,
So I guess
you didn't vote. So that you were coming to vote this time.
I don't know why I thought we did a vote last
We
meeting.
expressed opinions.
You did a poll, or what do you call it?
Okay. Okay.
If you guys
I'm
all
glad I
have the same opinion, that would be great.
So, okay. So is there any questions or comments for Kat on the proposed revised charge?
Yep, I think two of us at least.
Sam had his finger up first, so.
Go ahead, Sam.
A quick suggestion on the associate members. It seems to me it's worth actually putting a limit on those. So up to 5 associate members or something like that. I think we want to be careful about letting that go unlimited. And if it turns out that's a problem, we can always come back and change it. But
Yeah.
I think 2 or 3 isn't enough, and 6 or 7 is too many. So I picked 5 as a midpoint, I guess, but I don't feel strongly about that.
Yeah, sounds good.
Is that it, Sam?
Yes, thanks.
Andrew?
So I thought I was going to, that was the same point I made, that you should put in on the second line up to X number of not, but I was thinking of just limiting it to 2 rather than, I think, having 5 non-voting associate members on where this is kind of an experiment. We're kind of seeing how it works. And I think it's more standard to just have 2. I don't know what other people think about that.
I did want to just address one point on that, which we're comfortable with whatever the board decides, but the reason we went with no number, which we're fine putting a number on and understand why, is that because we have 2 people that are interested in fulfilling the position. And I think Ms. Malinowski had made a comment earlier on in our discussion that it'd be nice to open it up to the
the residents if anyone else was interested. So if we had maybe 3 or something, it would give that opportunity. It doesn't mean that the other residents can't come forward, even if we have 2 that are interested. But that's what we were trying to address when we kept it kind of open.
Lisa,
Yeah, Marty, go ahead.
let me see if folks could live with this. Leave it as is without a specific number. But with the gentleman's agreement, essentially, that if you go beyond 3, let's say, you come to discuss it with us first.
Don't you have to appoint them? That's what we were thinking that was going to happen anyway. So the control is still within the select board.
Mr. Purple is nodding yes. Yep.
Sounds
Yeah,
like
I
a
still think
person's
it's an
agreement.
it's an ad hoc committee, so I think you still have to appoint, so you can determine they have enough or they don't have enough.
Sam, did you just say gentle persons?
A gentle person's
Did
agreement.
you?
I did.
Oh man, I think. Okay.
All right,
We're not
Chelsea,
having
go ahead.
enough fun.
And unfortunately, I'm still not there, Kat, but I want to thank you for all the work that you and your committee have done and it's nothing personal. I'm just with all the open meeting law complaints that we continue to have filed. I just can't get there. But I do have one question, comment, and Mr. Purple, this is going to kind of put you on the spot, but assuming that these alternates need to comply with open meeting law, I assume that they would need a town email. And how much do we pay per town email per year?
I'd have to go back and take a look, but since you're putting me on the spot, I'm going to throw out a number of about $50. I think per email address.
Okay.
And
Is that per year, Mr. Purple?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And does that come out of-
I think it's. I'd have to go back and check with
Okay.
Mr. Montijo and just make sure. And is that what is that inclusive of? So, but I think it's somewhere. I think it's somewhere in that range.
All right. And I assume that's in his budget, in Jay's budget.
I don't think he's accommodated for associate members.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that he budgeted for it. I meant that he pays for email addresses out of his budget in general.
He does.
Okay.
There are various levels of the licensing, and I do know that we're pretty tapped out on the licenses that we'd be talking about giving the associate members. So, we're going to have to buy a whole nother set. And I don't know how many a set includes, but I'm going to say 5 or 10, at a time. So.
Okay.
You could take it out of our budget. Just kidding.
I know, I was gonna say, wait a minute.
You could have an initiation fee for the associate members. That would take care of it.
I could ask for donations.
All right, so Kat, I will tell you, I'm kind of on the same page as Chelsea. I still have concerns regarding the open meeting law piece, but I think when we make the motion, you're going to have the votes for what you need. So that being said, do we have a motion to approve the revised charge for the Trails Committee as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, Mr. Dennington.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Stivers.
Yes.
Mr. Healy.
Catherine, at the beginning of the meeting, I felt one way, but now, no. Aye.
All right, and Ms. Brasher is no. So that's great. Catherine, you are set.
Just to
Majority
point
vote
out,
rules.
I don't think you amended. I don't think you amended what she provided. You talked about it, but I don't think you made a change.
You're correct. We didn't.
Okay. Just
So
making
let's-
sure before I finalize it. That's all.
Well, there was no amendment, so it's fine. There's nothing to amend. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So lastly, thank you, Kat, for hanging around.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Lastly is something I had added to the agenda. This is going to be very brief. I wanted to talk to the board about a discussion of open meeting law training requirements for boards and committee chairs. So Mark and I had spoken to town council, And he, in conjunction with Mr. Haggerty, is on board with doing an open meeting law training. I'm asking this board that we make it a requirement of all chairs for boards and committees at the least to attend. And if they can't attend, at the very least, they can rewatch the Zoom. But I would ask that we also have them sign an acknowledgement that they have received. I think we're running into some big problems lately, and there's confusion. And I worry that it's because we're getting new people on board and people may not understand. So I think this is one way to head it off. And so I wanted the board's thoughts on this, because I've seen instances lately that have concerned me. And again, and I don't think anything may be done maliciously. I think it's just happening. And I think we're opening ourselves up to open meeting law violations. So thoughts from the board. Anyone want to chime in first? Go ahead, Sam.
I agree, Lisa. I think, again, people aren't being malicious, but I watch a lot of meetings and I see a number of committees missing on some of the technical aspects in terms of doing roll call votes and making motions correctly and those kind of things. So I think there's a value in reinforcing sort of procedurally how committees need to operate, and then also resensitizing people to the other requirements of open meeting law, deliberation, et cetera, doesn't hurt.
Yeah, and I think even understanding, serial emails, this just helps that along. So Marty, thoughts?
No, I think it's a good idea. It also, you don't want to think about liability all the time, but one of the things, if there is something that is colorable from the potential violation, one of the things that the AG's office looks at with respect to a town is the question of good faith and things like that. And if we've put in place a requirement like this, which I think is eminently reasonable, I think that is some indication that we're trying to get things right.
Okay, thank you. Andrew?
Just one additional thought that I had. I think it's a good idea that the training should also include the requirements of whatever additional requirements are in our town bylaws. So for example, because I believe there's some provisions in our town bylaws, and Jim Haggerty was familiar with this, that are in ways more demanding than what the open meeting law says in terms of frequency of when minutes have to be approved and things like that. So that's another thing that can help us.
Okay, we can certainly add that because Jim is going to be involved in this process anyway. Chelsea?
I think it's a great idea. 2 comments. Are you going to, so the acknowledgement will be required of chairs, but are you going to open it up to anyone that serves on a board or committee?
So we can, certainly it would be open, but the requirement is absolutely that for the chair, and the acknowledgement is for the chair, but it's certainly open to everyone. Yes.
Okay. And then my second comment is, I think it would be helpful if we included what you need to do in a Zoom environment that you don't need to do in an in-person meeting, because I think that is confusing. Well,
got it.
I think it's unclear, I think, to sometimes. So if we can just make sure we have that differentiation.
Okay. Yep. Nope. That's fine. So we'll work with Jim and town council to get that set. So, okay. So that's that. Public comment. One last time. If you have a comment, please raise your hand. I see none. Thank you all for hanging around to the end. That being said, the board will be entering into executive session for MGL Chapter 38, Section 21, and will not be returning to open session to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with collective bargaining personnel exemption 2. Do we have a motion to enter into executive session?
So move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Malinowski?
Aye.
Mr. Stivers?
Aye.
Mr. Healy?
Aye.
Mr. Dennington?
Aye.
And Ms. Braccio? Aye. All right, we'll enter into executive session. Vanessa, you'll let us know when the room is locked.
Yep, just a minute.
Thank you.